The title makes a strong claim and we are going to hold it to a high bar. The universe doesn't care what you say. It listens to what you actually observe. Declarations can be comforting. Resolutions can be admirable. Yet outcomes tend to track what receives sustained, precise attention. Wherever you point your inner observer, you collect data, update expectations, and take different actions. That is how external results change without superstition and without theatrics. This program exists to turn that sentence into a practical advantage you can test in your own life, with methods that hold up when your day is messy and your mood is average. You are not being asked to take anything on faith. You will hear clear models, pragmatic methods, and small experiments that either produce signal or do not. When they work, you will know because your calendar, your notes, and your feelings during decision moments will change. When they do not work, you will know because you designed falsifiable checks from the start. Either way, your observer will stop being a foggy idea and become a skill with edges you can feel. Here is what you can expect. First, you will hear a careful untangling of a phrase that has been stretched past recognition, the observer effect. There is a scientific meaning inside physics, and there is a motivational slogan that gets passed around online. We will separate them so you do not build on sand. Then we will establish a practical metaphor we will use throughout. Attention behaves like a measurement in everyday life. A measurement changes behavior because it closes the loop between intention, feedback, and decision. Once you feel this in action, you will stop spending energy on statements that sound strong and start spending energy on observation that actually is strong. From there, we go inside the mind. Your brain does not passively receive reality like a camera. Predicts first and registers second. That means your observer is a renderer, deciding in real time what to foreground and what to ignore. When you learn to adjust that rendering, what you ask your mind to notice, and when you find levers you missed under noise. We will cover expectation loops, including placebo and nocebo dynamics, not as internet trivia but as living mechanisms that influence energy, focus, and performance. You will get a practical definition of the inner observer. Not your stream of thoughts, but the stance behind those thoughts that directs attention like a spotlight. Because attention is costly, we will map the energy budget of awareness. The aim is not to bully your biology into compliance but to cooperate with it. You will learn why brute force focus tends to fail after a few days and how to design systems that lower the cost of clarity. That includes spotlight training, what you notice grows, and what you deprioritize withers, and filter training so you learn to separate signal from noise with less strain. We will also address the narrative lens, the quiet stories that steer choices. When those stories are miscalibrated, attention leaks into drama. When they are clean, attention returns to leverage. Identity edits come next. I am the kind of person who keeps promises to future me. Phrases like that are not fluff. They are instructions to your attention about where to land under pressure. We will treat emotions as measurement rather than orders. Read them. Do not obey them blindly. Your observer becomes wiser when it can tell the difference between a transient state and a true constraint. We will conduct a bias audit, confirmation, availability, survivorship, and more, so you can spot the invisible hands on your cognitive steering wheel. Then we will return to expectation setting with an upgraded lens, showing you how to prime performance without lying to yourself. With those mental tools in place, we will build external measurement. Journals, trackers, and cues become your personal instruments. They reveal patterns that memory misreports. They provide early warnings that spare you pain. They show the tiny wins that prove momentum is real. You will adopt a tiny lab mindset. Run 48-hour experiments that generate signal quickly. You do not need a perfect plan. You need one variable, one measurement, and a willingness to update. Mindfulness will be tuned for modern noise. A 7-minute observer warm-up will lower reactivity and raise resolution, so noticing becomes crisp without becoming heavy. You will tune introception, breath, pulse, muscle tone, so you can time important decisions when your system is most resourceful. You will wire implementation intentions, the simple if-then scripts that catch you in the moment and flip the right switch automatically. We will demystify visualization by focusing on process rehearsal and cue rehearsal, not fantasy postcards. The result is clarity you can feel, directed toward actions you can take. Environment will be treated as an editor. Rooms, screens, schedules, and social circles all influence where your attention lands. You will learn to shape those inputs so your default observation already aligns with your goals. We will look at social field effects, the way other people's focus tunes your own, and we will address the reality that algorithms have become observers too. You will learn how to stop losing your spotlight to feeds and notifications, and how to pick scoreboards that keep you honest without turning life into a chase for numbers. Scoreboards that matter compress ambiguity into a nudge you can act on. Setbacks will become feedback. Friction can either break you or sharpen you. Your observer decides which. We will use a possibility space metaphor to help you keep options alive when it pays to explore, and we will learn when to collapse to a single path with confidence. You will understand the balance between exploration and exploitation, and you will practice lightweight belief updates so you can adapt quickly without whiplash. We will design luck by increasing your serendipity surface area, set entry ramps to flow so peak states become more repeatable, and stack habits so attention chains forward even on rough days. Energy rhythms matter, so you will learn to use ultradian breaks and micro-recovery to prevent the slow blurring of attention that ruins afternoons. Cues and anchors will be refreshed before they go stale. Desire will meet reality through mental contrasting, where obstacles are not enemies but fuel. You will keep a 5-minute bias-busting routine for pressure moments. Accountability will be used without shame, so it supports rather than suffocates. You will refine the microlanguage that aims attention, short prompts that cut through vagueness and make the next move obvious. You will also learn the pitfalls to avoid: pseudoscience traps, survivorship distortions, and ego games that eat cycles without producing results. Repair protocols will be ready for tired moments, rituals for fatigue and rumination that restore clarity. Then the practice will scale beyond the individual to teams, households, and communities. Influence will be treated as calibration rather than force, so people feel seen and alignment emerges without manipulation. We will study case files across domains, health, skill development, creative work, career decisions, so you can see the method under different pressures. Finally, you will receive a 30-day protocol that makes the ideas concrete and a small set of dashboards and rituals to keep the gains. None of this depends on special moods or dramatic gestures. The world offers far more information than any person can process. Attention selects. Selection shapes action. Action shapes outcomes. That chain is simple enough to grasp and deep enough to change a life. The goal here is not to bend reality with phrases, but to tune your receiver so you notice the right signal at the right time and move cleanly. Upgrade your observer, and the path you walk changes because your choices stop wandering. Here is the promise for today. By the end of this video, you will know the switch you have never flipped, you will know how to flip it safely, and you will know how to verify progress using your own measurements. You will be able to separate science from slogans, build a repeatable framework for attention, and start running a tiny lab on your own life. The claim is big. The steps are small. The proof shows up in your calendar, your notes, and the feeling you get when decision moments become lighter because signal is finally louder than noise. So we begin at the root. The claim that excited you and confused you. It is time to make it precise. Keep the useful metaphor, discard the noise, and prepare the ground for everything that follows. Stay with me. The switch is closer than it looks. You just heard the outline and the stakes. Now the lever itself needs to be on the table. The claim is direct. The universe doesn't care what you say. It listens to what you actually observe. This is not poetry. It is a pointer to how results behave when attention turns into a measurement your brain cannot ignore. The switch you have never flipped is disciplined control over that measurement. Up to now, your observer has been running on default, absorbing whatever is loudest and nearest. Today you will give it a job description, tools, and boundaries. Start with a clean contrast. Words are cheap. Attention is costly. Words let anyone declare intent. Attention forces a reckoning with evidence. Words can be performed once. Observation is continuous. Words can dodge feedback. Observation cannot. That is why proclamations collapse while tracking compounds. That is why slogans fade while a single honest metric keeps pulling you forward. When your observer takes the wheel, justification loses power because the measurement is ruthless and fair at the same time. It reports. Why does it remain unflipped for so many? Because people confuse attention with effort and effort with outcome. Attention is upstream. Point it well and even modest effort multiplies. Point it poorly and heroic effort evaporates. Culture worsens this confusion by rewarding expression more than observation. Loud intention gets applause. Careful measurement gets silence. Yet the silence is where compounding hides. This video treats attention like a craft. A craft has tools, standards, and feedback. If you train the craft, outcomes feel less mysterious. Ignore the craft and you end up blaming fate for what your focus never supported. Here is the perspective shift that powers everything that follows. Your observer is not your stream of thoughts. It is the stance behind them. It selects which data enters, how long it stays, and what qualifies as a signal. Train the stance and you change the feed. Change the feed and the decisions that used to feel random begin to align. Clarity about terms matters. The phrase observer effect gets tossed around until it means everything and nothing. You will hear tidy claims that a look changes physical reality. We will clear the haze shortly. For now, keep a practical idea in hand. Attention behaves like a measurement inside your life. When you look closely at one variable, your relationship to it changes. You act sooner. You recover faster. You spot patterns. The variable changes because you changed. This is why foggy intention fails. Fog lets everything through and converts nothing. Precise observation is a clear lens. It selects and clarifies. The switch you have never flipped is not mystical. It is the decision to convert attention into a measurement you respect. That decision can be as small as one line each night that a future you would believe, a calendar cue that forces a yes or a no, or a checklist that reveals the next crisp move. The size is small. The effects are not. Relief follows once you see this. You do not need slogans. You do not need to overpower biology. You do not need to perform a new personality. You need a handful of measurements that matter: aimed attention and honesty. Because it is a craft, you can improve quickly with practice. Early wins come from cleaner noticing. Cleaner noticing rescues time. Cleaner noticing saves energy you were burning on noise. Cleaner noticing changes what you reinforce and what you ignore. Let's address 3 potholes that hide the switch. First, people try to brute force focus with willpower against fatigue and chaos. That produces a short spike followed by a long slump. Second, myth-heavy talk about quantum ideas invites magical thinking and guarantees disappointment. Third, outcomes get fused to identity so tightly that every fluctuation feels like a verdict on who you are. We will reduce each pothole. Design that helps focus rather than fights it, metaphors that respect science, and identity edits that keep results from becoming a referendum on your worth. You heard a map a moment ago. It was not wallpaper. It was a blueprint for making the switch permanent. We will ground our metaphor to keep it useful. We will reframe attention as measurement. We will examine how the brain renders experience so you stop being fooled by your own predictions. We will study expectation loops, placebo and nocebo, so you can prime performance without lying to yourself. We will define the inner observer in actionable terms, lay out the energy budget that governs awareness, and show you how to point your spotlight toward leverage rather than noise. That is only the first arc. Then we install meters, run micro-experiments, and upgrade mindfulness so it fits noisy lives. We tune interoception, wire if-then scripts, and use evidence-aligned visualization that rehearses processes rather than fantasies. We reshape environments, audit social influence, and wrestle back control from algorithms that have been steering your attention without consent. We select scoreboards that matter, learn from friction, and work with a possibility space metaphor to keep options alive long enough for discovery before choosing one path with confidence. We also develop decision skill. You will learn when to commit and when to keep options alive, how to balance exploration and exploitation, and how to update beliefs lightly so adaptability grows without whiplash. We design luck by increasing your serendipity surface area. We set entry ramps to flow. We stack habits so attention chains forward. We manage energy with ultradian breaks. We refresh cues before they go stale. We practice mental contrasting so desire meets obstacles honestly. We keep a 5-minute routine for busting biases during pressure moments. We use accountability without shame. We refine microlanguage so words aim attention instead of wobbling it. We keep decision journals, pick a keystone metric for each season, and build an ethical base so power does not turn into pretense. We inoculate against pseudoscience, survivorship distortions, and ego traps. All of that would be theory without traction, so here is a move you can use today. For the next 24 hours, pick one variable that actually matters. Keep it visible. Decide how you will measure it. Log it twice. Not perfectly. Honestly. Then answer 2 questions. Where did attention land by accident? And where did you direct it on purpose? That tiny loop will show more leverage than a week of declarations. Turns hope into evidence. Go a layer deeper into the nature of this switch. Attention is an investment function. It allocates scarce resources, time, glucose, will, and social capital toward a slice of reality. Allocation implies both yes and no. Every yes to one channel is a no to hundreds of others. The untrained observer says yes by accident and bleeds value. The trained observer says yes on purpose and accepts the cost. This is not rigidity. It is intelligent switching at the right moment. Measurement is the discipline that keeps allocation honest. Tracking creates accountability for attention. A metric changes behavior because it closes the loop. Without loops you get fantasy, vague goals, vague effort, vague results. With loops you get reality, clear goals, observable effort, measurable results. Connect those points and compounding begins. Gains start small because they hide inside better decisions and cleaner timing. Keep the loop alive and those hidden gains become obvious. There is moral clarity here. Honest observation starves self-deception. You no longer need to pretend you care about outcomes you once announced. You can care about fewer outcomes more intensely and feel cleaner. Status theater fades. You stop pitching goals that impress strangers and choose goals that upgrade life for you and people close to you. Focus does not make you smaller. It makes you trustworthy to yourself. Uncertainty becomes an ally. An untrained observer fills gaps with stories and anxiety. A trained observer treats gaps like a lab. When you do not know, you run a small test. When a test fails, you collect information rather than shame. When a test works, you amplify. Confidence grows not because outcomes are guaranteed, but because you are competent at finding out. Competence beats certainty and produces real results. Let's remove one more fear. Trained attention does not make life sterile. Produces more wonder. When noise drops, subtlety appears. You notice the detail inside a problem. You catch early wins before they become obvious. You catch early risks before they become crises. You notice people more fully. The world becomes vivid because randomness is not steering you. Your observer has hands on the controls. Now a bright line between practice and superstition. Quantum language can be a helpful metaphor, but we keep both feet on the ground. The universe is not a concierge. It is a field of possibilities that does not respond to slogans. It responds to where attention lands, which actions follow, and how consistently loops run. If you pour attention into signals that matter, the field yields more opportunities. If you pour attention into noise, it yields noise. That is sober, testable, and liberating. Commitment now has a shape. It is not a mood. It is a schedule, a few cues, and a scoreboard. It is a quiet promise to measure the few variables that move the many. It is a decision to upgrade your sensory budget so you stop bankrupting yourself on trivial stimulus. It is the willingness to be wrong quickly and fix it. It is the humility to let design help you, because design beats memory and friction beats forgetfulness. Here is a short tour of the tools you will soon use. A spotlight you can place and hold. Filters you can tune to raise signal and lower noise. Stories you can revise so they sharpen action. Identity you can edit so it instructs attention rather than sabotaging it. Emotions you can read as measurements. Biases you can expose and reduce. Expectations you can set without lying to yourself. Meters you can build so progress becomes visible. Micro-experiments you can run so decisions rest on evidence, not mood. A mindfulness warm-up that makes perception crisp. Interoceptive cues that help you time moves. If-then scripts. Process-based visualization. Rooms and routines that aim attention for you. Scoreboards that keep you honest. Repair rituals for tired days. Ethics that keep the power clean. Return to the lever and touch it. The switch does not live in a motivational high. It lives in a 20-second choice to measure something real today. It lives in turning a hope into a count. It lives in turning a vague plan into a clear yes or no on your calendar. It lives in removing a notification, laying out a tool the night before, or sending a single message that forces a commitment. The switch is practical. It is small enough to repeat. It scales. Before we proceed, let's make a pact on how to test claims. When possible, you will measure. When measurement is awkward, you will design proxies that are easy to track. When you cannot measure yet, you will write predictions and revisit them. This keeps the craft honest. It also keeps hope sturdy, because hope backed by data does not collapse under the next mood swing. It develops roots. The next minutes equip you with definitions that remove confusion so effort stretches further. We will build the first version of your personal measurement loop. We will practice pointing the spotlight where it pays. We will cut energy leaks that break focus. We will stack small wins into a system you can carry for years. This is not about doing more. It is about seeing better, choosing cleaner, and acting at the right moment. Do that consistently and the outside world will look different because you will be different. You have already taken the first step by reaching this point. You have accepted that observation beats declaration. Now you will see precise boundaries for the metaphor we use, so practice stays sharp. Now you will watch attention behave like a measurement by noticing it change your choices today. Now you will get a method to train the stance behind your thoughts. Now you will gain the confidence to run a personal lab without waiting for permission. You know the lever. You know why it works. You know what we are about to build on top of it. So cut away the confusion around the term that started so many arguments and so many posts. You deserve the sanity that comes from separating science from slogan. You deserve a metaphor you can trust. You deserve to walk away with a tool that holds up when the day is messy. To get that, next we will strip the myths from physics and set up the practical frame we will use with confidence. You heard a bold claim and felt the pull of possibility. Now clarity matters. The phrase observer effect gets repeated so often that its shape blurs, and blurred phrases are dangerous because they can excuse anything. Today we sort signal from noise. No incense, no theatrics, just clean reasoning that protects your time and your goals. The aim is simple. Keep the useful metaphor that powers results, discard the magical fog, and stand on ground that does not shift when the mood changes. Start with the core confusion. In popular talk, the word observer gets equated with attention, intention, or even mere thought. The leap goes like this. If particles behave differently when observed, then my thoughts must alter reality directly. It sounds exciting. It is also a misread. In physics, observation means interaction with a measuring setup that leaves a trace. The apparatus, the environment, the photons used to look at a system, these are not opinions or wishes. They are physical couplings that transfer information and energy. You do not change a system because you care about it. You change it because interacting with it changes it. The difference is everything. Keep that distinction on the table. A measurement at quantum scales is not magic. It is interaction that forces a choice among possibilities, or, more carefully, it entangles the system with the apparatus in a way that makes alternative outcomes exclude one another. The act is costly and specific. It involves gear, timing, and energy. Can be repeated and described with math. That is the scaffolding you can trust. When someone says attention alone flips reality, they have smuggled poetry into engineering. Poetry has its place, but not inside your method for changing results. Another source of confusion is the word collapse. It is easy to hear the phrase and feel as if a mind has slammed down a verdict on the world. Again, the disciplined read is cleaner. The theory uses math to predict probabilities, and different interpretations explain how those probabilities produce single results. But in every practical case, what matters is the coupling that records an outcome. The detector clicks. The film darkens. The chip stores a value. The world moves on. No spell was cast. A third confusion comes from mixing scales. Effects that dominate in a carefully isolated lab do not dominate at the scale of coffee cups and meetings. Decoherence makes quantum weirdness bleed away as systems interact with sprawling environments. That is why you can trust a chair to be where you left it. You do not need to chant to make it stay. You just need a room filled with air molecules and light bouncing off surfaces. Reality records itself relentlessly at human scales. Now connect this to our goal. We want a metaphor that is powerful and honest. The honest part is non-negotiable because if you build your habits on a wishful story, your feedback will be garbage. The powerful part comes from the parallel. Measurement changes behavior. In labs, detection alters the system because interaction is unavoidable. In life, self-measurement alters behavior because accountability is unavoidable. The similarity is not in particles obeying your thoughts. It is in the loop that observation creates, a loop that binds intention to feedback to action. To keep your footing, hold 3 guardrails. First, physics terms are tools, not talismans. Use them as pointers to structure, not as slogans. Second, evidence beats assertion. If a claim cannot generate a clear test in your world, it is probably a story trying to rent space in your head without paying. Third, metaphors are maps, not territories. They guide action, but they are not the thing itself. If a map stops helping you act cleanly, update it or drop it. Let's separate 3 ideas that often get tangled. 1. Uncertainty is fundamental at small scales. 2. Measuring changes what is measured at those scales. 3. Human attention changes human behavior at all scales because humans respond to being noticed, even by themselves. Only the third idea involves your mind directly, and even there the mechanism is not spooky. It is social, cognitive, and biological. You track meals and you eat differently. You monitor study time and you start earlier. You count meaningful attempts and you make more of them. The loop is plain. What gets measured gets moved, not because the cosmos rewards you, but because measurement changes what you do next. Why insist on this sobriety? Because it protects you from 2 traps. The first trap is outsourcing responsibility to wishful thinking and then calling disappointment fate. The second trap is swinging to cynicism and throwing away the metaphor entirely because someone else abused it. Refuse both. Keep a metaphor that works while staying within the guardrails of reason. That balance lets you act boldly without lying to yourself. Now parse observation with precision so your future practice is anchored. Observation has at least 4 layers in the way we will use it across this program. There is raw sensory intake, what reaches your eyes and ears. There is attentional selection, what you allow into the spotlight. There is interpretation, the story your brain tells about what it sees. There is recording, the externalization of a moment into a mark, a line, a number. Each layer changes outcomes differently. Sensory intake can be engineered by adjusting environments. Selection can be trained with cues and rituals. Interpretation can be edited with better questions. Recording can be simplified so it happens even on chaotic days. Together, these layers create the practical meaning of observer that will run through everything you learn here. From here, make a pledge that preserves power without pretending. When you use the phrase observer effect outside a lab, you will mean this: any variable I decide to measure in my life gains influence over my behavior, because measurement creates feedback and feedback changes choice. That pledge closes the door to theatrical claims and opens the door to practical gains. You become the kind of person who speaks with precision, acts with design, and updates with evidence. Consider a subtle point. You do not need to settle centuries of philosophy to benefit from this loop. You do not have to pick a side in interpretive debates to reap advantages from measurement in daily life. People argue for years about metaphysics while a humble checklist improves their day within minutes. Keep the door open for wonder. Build your house with wood you can touch. Clean up one more myth: the idea that skepticism kills possibility. The reverse is true. Skepticism about sloppy claims rescues your energy for precise experiments that actually move results. When you cut superstition, you are left with a sharper instrument, your observer, free to notice what matters and act in time. Confidence grows not from slogans but from runs of honest data that show you, week after week, that your choices are improving. Now install a working definition you can carry. When we say observer here, we mean the stance behind your thoughts that decides what to notice, how long to notice it, and whether to record it. The stance is trainable. It does not require perfect moods. It does require design and repetition. You will aim it like a spotlight. You will protect it with cues and boundaries. You will measure with tools simple enough to maintain when life gets loud. This is not fragile hope. This is a craft. The craft leads to a promise you can test quickly. If you turn attention into measurement, behavior adjusts and results follow. You will see early shifts in timing, in the drop of avoidable errors, in the speed at which you correct course. Later, you will see compounding because the world rewards people who notice early and act crisply. That reward is not mystical. It is structural. The playing field favors those who see the ball sooner. Before we move on, draw a bright line between two kinds of claims you will encounter in the wild. Type A claims are operational. Track this metric daily, and you'll shift behavior within 2 weeks. Type B claims are theatrical. Reality reshapes to your thoughts. One of these invites a test and accepts a fail. The other cannot be tested and never admits failure because it can always say you did not believe hard enough. Choose the world where tests are welcome and honesty is celebrated. That is the only world where growth is inevitable. Another clarity point: words are not useless. They are just weak without observation. Declarations can focus a day for a few minutes. Measurement can focus a month. Declarations can change a momentary feeling. Measurement changes patterns. Keep using words, but make them serve your observer. Let them set the stage for a metric you will actually track, a cue you will actually place, a choice you will actually make. Why does this matter so much? Because time spent in myth is time you could have spent learning from reality. Your brain adapts to whatever you feed it. If you feed it spectacle, it learns to chase short thrills. If you feed it evidence, it learns to notice leverage. The difference shows up in your calendar and your banked energy. One path leaves you exhausted and unsure why. The other path leaves you steady because cause and effect are visible again. Place this lens on creativity, health, and decision-making. In creative work, the myth seduces you into waiting for a cosmic mood to arrive. The craft asks you to count focused minutes and number of attempts. In health, the myth tells you to say affirmations. The craft asks you to monitor sleep windows, meals, and steps you actually want. In decisions, the myth tempts you to search for a sign. The craft asks you to write your options, pick a simple rule, and record the outcome for learning. The craft wins because it feeds your brain with the kind of evidence that builds trust. We can also honor the mystery properly. The world remains full of wonder. The aim here is not to flatten it. The aim is to avoid paying a confusion tax. Wonder thrives when you meet it with honest tools. You look up at a night sky and feel small. Then you set a small measurement on your morning routine and feel agency. Those states can live together without contradiction. Let's pull the lens back to ethics for a moment. When people smuggle false authority into their claims by borrowing scientific language, they exploit trust. Refuse that game. Speak plainly about what you can test. Share your methods. Accept misses as tuition. Encourage others to run their own loops. Power without pretense scales cleanly because it invites learning instead of demanding belief. Now we are ready for the pivot that matters for the rest of this series. When you hear "the universe listens to observation," you will translate it into a sentence you can act on. The world responds to where I place sustained, precise attention, because where attention lands, action follows, and where action repeats, environments change. No ghosts needed. Just loops, design, and consistency. Lock this in with a simple mental model. Picture 3 concentric circles. The outer circle is environment. Rooms, tools, people, platforms. The middle circle is behavior. Actions taken and not taken. The inner circle is observation. What you notice, interpret, and record. Influence flows both ways. but the tightest lever is the inner circle. Shift observation and behavior follows. Shift behavior and environment follows. The chain is small enough to start today and strong enough to pull serious weight over time. As you carry this forward, expect two predictable resistances. First, boredom. Precision looks plain compared to glitter. Solve it by keeping measurements small and specific so wins arrive quickly. Second, perfectionism. You will feel a pull to design a flawless system before you begin. Solve it by designing a minimum lovable loop, then iterating. Reality rewards those who start and adjust. Here is the payoff from the clarity you now own. You can speak about the observer without confusion. You can use a metaphor without sliding into myth. You can pick variables that matter and treat them with respect. Your time gains structure. Your choices gain traction. Your results gain compounding. None of that requires theatrical claims. It requires a stance, a spotlight, and a record. You have now cleaned the lens we are going to use for every chapter that follows. The praise goes to your willingness to trade buzzwords for tools. The benefit will show up in the way your days begin to feel lighter because you finally trust your own loop. Stay sharp. Next, we will show exactly how attention behaves like a measurement in ordinary life, why this single shift changes your decisions, and how to begin using it before the day ends today. Simple, strong, and testable practices. You cleared the fog around physics. Now the metaphor earns its keep. The claim here is practical. Attention behaves like a measurement because the moment you start noticing a variable with precision, you change your relationship to it. Your brain routes resources differently. Your choices land sooner. Your environment shifts to accommodate what you are watching. None of this requires mysticism. It requires a few mechanisms that run quietly in the background of every day. Turn them in your favor and outer results begin to look coordinated, when what truly changed was the quality of inner noticing. Start with a simple frame. A measurement is a loop. Choose a variable, observe it, record it, respond, repeat. When you convert attention into that loop, three things happen. First, salience rises. Your mind flags the variable as important, pulling it out of the blur. Second, prediction updates. You start anticipating the next data point, which alters timing. Third, behavior adjusts. Small moves compound because feedback is now visible. The net effect is a shift in trajectory that grows with repetition. Why does salience matter so much? Because your sensory world is larger than your processing budget. Millions of signals compete for a spotlight that can only land on a handful. When you elevate a variable into that spotlight, you tell the rest of your system, allocate resources here. That command recruits attention networks, taps working memory, and biases perception. You start seeing cues that you previously skimmed past. You start ignoring distractions that once felt magnetic. The change feels like luck to outsiders, but inside it feels like clarity. The background hum quiets and the next move becomes obvious. Prediction updates power the second effect. Your brain is a forecasting engine. It constantly tries to guess the next input so it can compress surprise. When you measure, you ask the engine to sharpen one channel. The engine obliges by lowering the threshold for relevant cues and raising the threshold for noise. You catch early signals sooner. You act before friction builds. That timing edge does not show up as fireworks. It shows up as fewer errors, cleaner starts, and faster course corrections. Behavior adjustment is the third effect, and it may be the most important. Recording a variable changes how you act because you have made the variable accountable to reality. The line on a page or a digit in a file becomes a witness. The witness creates a sense of consequence. If you act out of alignment, the next mark exposes it. That exposure is not about shame. It is about accuracy. Humans respond to being seen, even when the watcher is a simple table that future you will read. That response nudges action toward the promise you made when you chose the variable. These mechanisms explain why small measurements carry oversized returns. Track starts instead of minutes and you begin sooner. Track the first meaningful action instead of the entire project and you bypass procrastination theater. Track the cue that triggers a behavior and you cut the root rather than wrestling the branches. The lens of measurement generates leverage because it aligns biology with goals. Salience, prediction, and accountability working in concert. Now layer in the brain's gating system, which decides what reaches consciousness. The reticular activating system and its partners act as bouncers at the door of awareness. They check your goals, your current state, and the environment, then admit some signals and reject others. When you choose a metric and keep it visible, you are quietly adjusting the guest list. Invitations go to cues that move you forward. Bouncers turn away countless distractions that used to stroll into your head unchecked. The result is less noise without brute force. You did not become superhuman. You became selective on purpose. This is also why vague goals stall. Without a concrete variable to measure, your mind cannot set thresholds or tighten gates. Everything feels equally urgent and equally ignorable. You end up reacting to whichever input shouts the loudest. Convert the fog to a number, a count, or a binary yes/no, and the gates acquire rules. The rules allow automation. When this do that, automation frees bandwidth for more nuanced problems. Measurement also changes incentives. When a metric is chosen with care, it creates a clean reward structure. Each mark is evidence of alignment, and alignment is inherently satisfying. You no longer need to negotiate with yourself for motivation every single day because the scoreboard makes progress visible. Visibility turns into momentum. Momentum turns into identity. Identity then instructs attention to keep scanning for the next move that fits who you are becoming. A tight loop, run honestly, begins to feel like gravity pulling you in the right direction. Honesty matters because measurement can harm when chosen poorly. Pick a metric that is easy to game or too narrow, and you will be tempted to chase numbers while missing the point. Pressure can distort behavior in unhelpful ways. To keep the loop healthy, pair every primary metric with a guardrail metric. If you track volume, guard with quality. If you track speed, guard with error rate. If you track consistency, guard with recovery. Two numbers in tension prevent the system from warping. Let's be concrete about variables that behave well. Look for counts you can influence daily, thresholds you can hit with a single action, and cues you can set in the environment. A count might be starts, reps, or deep work blocks. A threshold might be ship one artifact, practice for one focused block, or read 10 real pages. A cue might be layout tool the night before, open the dock after coffee, or phone in the other room. Each forms a tiny measurement loop that pays you back quickly. Now turn the loop into a design. For steps, keep it crisp. 1. Declare the variable in plain language. 2. Make it visible where decision moments happen. 3. Record with the smallest friction possible. A tick, a check, a single digit. 4. Review at a set time with 2 questions. What helped today and what will I change tomorrow? This simple architecture fits inside crowded lives because it respects limits. It also keeps you from mistaking busy work for traction. Attention behaves like a measurement in another way. It creates social consequences. The moment you track something, you can share it. Shared measurement generates accountability that need not be heavy or shaming. A short weekly summary to a peer or a tiny public log forces clarity without spectacle. When the loop is shared, you rise to the standard you set, not the performance of others, and you gain perspective on your own patterns over time. Let's talk about attention as a resource with an energy budget. Good measurement lowers cost. When you decide a variable once and encode it in a cue, you stop paying decision tax repeatedly. When you record with a single mark, you stop burning glucose on memory and justification. When you review with 2 focused questions, you skip hours of rumination. Every gram of saved energy can be reinvested in the next meaningful move. This is not a theory. Your body feels the difference as less friction and more follow-through. A quiet upgrade you can trust. Measurement also reduces ambiguity, and ambiguity is the great thief of momentum. Unclear goals stall because they keep your brain in a costly search mode. The moment you pick a variable and set a threshold, the search narrows. Your system knows what to look for, and it can stop checking every possible path. That relief shows up as calm. Calm accelerates action. Action generates the next data point. The loop advances. Now add error correction to the model. Without a measurement, Errors hide until they become expensive. With a measurement, errors surface early as small deviations. Early detection allows tiny fixes that cost almost nothing. A tweak to the time of day, a change to the placement of a tool, a swap in the order of steps. Small deltas applied early prevent big failures later. You feel this as reliability. Fewer surprises, more trust in your own process. Our metaphor stays honest by addressing risks. Attention can turn into obsession. Measurement can become a cage. The cure is to remember why you chose the variable. If the number starts to distort your behavior away from your values, update the number or replace it. If tracking creates tension with relationships or health, shrink the loop. Your observer serves your life, not the other way around. Power stays clean when you remain willing to change the design in service of the goal behind it. One elegant way to keep the loop humane is to attach meaning to counts. Name your streaks with purpose. Tie a threshold to a reason that matters. Ship to reduce uncertainty. Practice to increase clarity. Rest to protect focus. Tagging numbers with meaning prevents hollow chasing and keeps motivation warm when novelty fades. Meaning does not replace measurement. It enriches it. Let's map attention as measurement across common domains. In learning, tracking retrieval attempts beats tracking hours read, because memory improves when you test yourself. In fitness, tracking sessions begun on schedule beats tracking total time, because consistency produces adaptation. In focus work, tracking uninterrupted blocks completed beats tracking task switches, because the former encourages depth while the latter glorifies juggling. The variable you choose instructs your brain where to search for cues and when to say no to distractions. Environment is the silent partner in this loop. A variable becomes easier to measure and influence when the room supports it. Place the relevant tool within arm's reach. Put the competing stimulant out of reach. Label the space with one purpose. These moves sound small. They are massive because they change the base rate of success. The right environment makes the desired behavior the path of least resistance. Measurement then rides downhill instead of fighting uphill. Now consider the role of thresholds. A good threshold is both modest and meaningful. One block is modest enough to start on rough days. Meaningful means the block is designed to produce visible progress. If the block is too small to matter, you will feel silly. If it is too big, you will postpone. The sweet spot feels like a nudge you can respect. Once you cross it, you often overshoot naturally, but the win was earned at the threshold. Record the win. Let overshoot be optional. Feedback timing matters. Immediate feedback teaches fastest. That is why physical practice yields quick learning. The body senses outcomes right away. In cognitive work, feedback often arrives late. Measurement closes that gap. A mark at the end of a focus block is immediate. A weekly score on starts is immediate. Short cycles build skill because the brain can link cause and effect without stretching across weeks of ambiguity. Short cycles also keep hope alive, which matters more than people admit. Beware of fake feedback. Some activities create the feeling of progress without the substance. Endless sorting, highlight collecting, and app switching can look like movement because they produce colorful artifacts. Real measurement cuts through that by privileging counts that tie to outcomes. A good test is to ask, if I doubled this count, would results likely improve? If the honest answer is no, you are tracking theater. Replace it with something closer to the bone. Let's make the loop tactile with a 3-day starter plan you can test immediately. Day 1. Pick a single variable that would meaningfully tilt your week. Declare it in one sentence. Place a cue where the decision happens. Day 2. Run one focus block toward that variable and record with a single mark. Day 3. Repeat, then review with the 2-question check. If the loop feels heavy, shrink it. If it feels light, keep it for a week. Nothing fancy, just the discipline of a small measurement you respect. Now widen the lens to groups. Teams change when shared attention becomes shared measurement. A daily checklist posted once, a quick end-of-day note with 3 bullets, or a weekly score on a key input can shift culture faster than meetings. The principle remains the same. Salience, prediction, and accountability working together. The art is choosing something small enough that everyone can influence it and large enough that the result matters. Let's address a common worry. Won't measurement kill spontaneity? Only if you ask it to replace your entire life. Treat it as scaffolding. Scaffolding supports builds. It does not become the house. Periodically remove old measures that have done their job and choose new ones that match the next phase. Rotation keeps freshness alive. You stay curious because the loop keeps teaching you rather than trapping you. Attention behaves like a measurement in one more way. It invites compounding through aggregation. 1 mark does little. 50 marks tell a story. Stories reveal patterns that memory scrambles. You will see the times of day that work, the environments that help, and the thresholds that stick. You will catch plateaus early and respond. You will catch accelerations and feed them. Aggregation is where calm confidence comes from, the quiet knowledge that your process is real because the record says so. With the model clear, redirect the claim that started this journey. The universe does not respond to declarations. It responds to where you place sustained, precise attention, because attention writes the script for behavior, and repeated behavior edits the environment that returns outcomes to you. That is the loop to trust. That is the loop to refine. That is the loop that makes outer results look like they began to cooperate, when in fact you began to cooperate with reality. Lock this grounding thought. Attention is expensive, so measure where you spend it. If you cannot measure directly, measure a proxy that tracks it well enough. If a proxy breaks, upgrade it. If a number warps behavior, guard it with a second number. Keep the loop humane. Keep it visible. Keep it honest. That is how you turn a metaphor into a machine that works on ordinary Tuesdays. Small measurements create steady leverage across ordinary days with less effort. You now stand at a clean handoff. You know why attention behaves like a measurement. You have a model for building a loop that fits a messy life. The bridge ahead takes us inside the machinery that makes all of this possible. The forecasting brain that renders experience and then edits it on the fly. Stay with me. Next, we will open that machinery and show how prediction shapes perception, and how tuning those predictions upgrades what shows up when you look at the world. You've seen how attention behaves like a measurement. Now it's time to look at the engine that makes that possible. Your brain is not a camera passively recording reality. It is a prediction machine. A renderer that builds a model of the world before sensory data even arrives. That model then colors, filters, and edits what you actually experience. This is not a poetic claim. It's a core finding of modern neuroscience. Your senses are not the starting point. Your expectations are. The brain is constantly guessing what will happen next and preparing your body to respond. Incoming sensory input is compared to that guess, and the difference between the two, called prediction error, is what your mind actually updates. Once you understand this, the link to our focus on the observer becomes clear. Your inner observer is not watching a raw feed of reality. It's watching a curated feed prepared by your brain's predictive model. Change the model, and the feed changes. You've seen how attention behaves like a measurement. Now it's time to look at the engine that makes that possible. Your brain is not a camera passively recording reality. It is a prediction machine. A renderer that builds a model of the world before sensory data even arrives. That model then colors, filters, and edits what you actually experience. This is not a poetic claim. It's a core finding of modern neuroscience. Your senses are not the starting point. Your expectations are. The brain is constantly guessing what will happen next and preparing your body to respond. Incoming sensory input is compared to that guess, and the difference between the two, called prediction error, is what your mind actually updates. Once you understand this, the link to our focus on the observer becomes clear. Your inner observer is not watching a raw feed of reality. It's watching a curated feed prepared by your brain's predictive model. Change the model, and the feed changes. Think of the process in 3 stages. Stage 1. The brain generates predictions based on prior experience, current context, and active goals. Stage 2. Sensory data arrives and is compared to those predictions. Stage 3. Any mismatch, prediction error, triggers either an update to the model or a new action to make reality match the model. That last step is the most important for your daily life. Your brain is not just passively noting differences, it's actively trying to reduce them. Sometimes it does this by changing your understanding. Other times it does it by changing your behavior so reality conforms to the model. Your observer, the stance behind your thoughts, decides which predictions get most of the brain's resources. A prediction about an upcoming meeting can grab far more bandwidth than a prediction about the weather outside, if your observer prioritizes it. That prioritization is not neutral. It directly changes what you notice and how you act. If your predictions are outdated or biased, your observer ends up living in a rendered world that lags behind reality. Opportunities pass by unnoticed. Risks remain invisible until they are urgent. But when your observer learns to feed the brain better starting assumptions, the rendered world becomes sharper and more useful. This predictive architecture explains confirmation bias on a biological level. If your brain expects a certain pattern, it gives more weight to signals that confirm it and discounts signals that contradict it. This is efficient, it saves energy, but it can trap you in self-fulfilling loops. Your observer's job is to catch when predictions are stale and deliberately seek out disconfirming evidence. That's not comfortable. It forces you to allow prediction errors to land, which feels mentally expensive. But it's the only way to keep your internal rendering in sync with reality. First lever, change the inputs. Your brain's model draws heavily from repeated exposure. Adjust what you read, hear, and see, and you begin shifting predictions. This is why environment curation is so powerful. Second lever, frame your questions. Ask, what am I missing? Or what would disprove my assumption? And your brain is forced to load alternative predictions for comparison. Third lever, rehearse outcomes at the process level, not the fantasy level. If your model predicts the steps, it will prime you to notice cues that match those steps. That readiness makes execution smoother and reduces the cognitive load when you act. Prediction and measurement form a loop. Your observer picks a variable to measure. Measurement produces data. Data either matches prediction, low error, or contradicts it, high error. High error forces the brain to update. Updated predictions change perception and behavior. That, in turn, changes what shows up externally. Without measurement, prediction errors often go unnoticed because they're drowned in noise. With measurement, they're amplified in a way you can't ignore. The loop becomes visible, and once it's visible, you can steer it. When you accept that you're living inside a rendered model, you stop assuming that raw willpower can change results by itself. You start aiming at the model instead. Updating it is often easier and faster than wrestling behavior directly. Feed it better inputs. Demand clearer predictions. Reward quick updates when you're wrong. Do this consistently, and your predictions begin to outpace those of people still running on outdated models. You see opportunities earlier. You avoid dead ends faster. The outside world reads this as luck or talent. But what's really happening is prediction efficiency. Even trained observers are vulnerable to drift, the slow slide back into autopilot predictions. Guardrails help. Keep a short list of high-impact questions you ask daily. Keep a habit of comparing what you predicted in the morning to what actually happened by evening. Make small course corrections quickly. When you notice drift early, repairs are light. When you let it run for weeks, you find yourself living in a model that has lost touch with reality. The switch we're talking about, flipping, upgrading your observer, is essentially the skill of keeping your rendered world fresh and useful. You now see the internal mechanics behind why observation changes outcomes. It's not magic, it's model management. The next step makes this even more tangible. Because predictions aren't just abstract thoughts. They are the foundation of expectation loops that can either amplify performance or sabotage it. Next, we will explore exactly how those loops, placebo, nocebo, and their daily equivalents are running inside your life right now. You've learned that your brain predicts first and sees second. Now you'll see what happens when those predictions carry emotional weight and biological consequences. Expectation loops are the living proof that belief, when coupled to prediction, can tilt outcomes, sometimes dramatically. The placebo effect is not a trick. It's a demonstration that expectation can trigger real physiological changes. Pain relief, hormone shifts, performance boosts. The nocebo effect is its mirror image. Negative expectations producing worse outcomes, more pain, slower recovery. These loops operate whether you're aware of them or not. Every time you approach a task, your brain runs a prediction about how it will go. That prediction triggers a cascade neurochemistry, posture, attention focus that prepares you for success or failure. The loop begins before the first action. Step 1, you form an expectation. This may be based on past experience, stories you've heard, or cues in the environment. Step 2, your body and mind adjust to that expectation, chemically, cognitively, and emotionally. Step 3, your performance aligns with the preparation your system made. Step 4, the outcome reinforces the original expectation. The loop closes, stronger than before. This is not superstition. It is conditioning powered by biology. The chemicals that modulate pain and reward are heavily influenced by perceived context. The muscles you engage, the breathing pattern you adopt, the focus you sustain, all are shaped by the expectation you carried in. Placebo and nocebo are most obvious in clinical trials, but the same architecture runs in your ordinary routines. Expecting to have a productive morning often changes how you prepare your workspace, how quickly you start, and how tolerant you are of distractions. Expecting a conversation to go badly changes your tone, your openness, and your listening. The loop then delivers on the script you handed it. Negative loops feed on unchallenged predictions. Your observer's job is to interrupt. Step 1. Catch the cue that signals a prediction is being made. Often a thought like, "This always goes wrong," or a feeling of dread. Step 2. Deliberately introduce an alternative prediction that is plausible. You don't need to leap to unrealistic optimism. You only need to widen the range of possible outcomes enough to stop the cascade toward failure. Step 3. Change one preparatory behavior to match the improved prediction. If you expect a meeting to be useful, you might review notes instead of rehearsing complaints. That small shift can snowball into a better result, which reinforces the healthier loop. The trap with expectation loops is the temptation to fake belief. But your brain is not easily fooled by empty declarations. The way to harness a positive loop is to create just enough evidence for your brain to buy in. That might mean stacking a quick win before a harder task, or rehearsing a skill in private until confidence grows. Small, real wins seed the prediction engine with data it trusts. Measurement amplifies this process. When you track starts, completions, or quality moments, you feed the expectation loop tangible proof. The brain uses that proof to update predictions upward, which then primes better performance. This is why streaks work. They become visual evidence that tilts the next loop in your favor. Positive loops can also overheat. If the gap between expectation and reality grows too wide, the crash produces a sharp nocebo effect next time. Guard against this by pairing optimism with realism. Maintain a small list of current constraints and plan within them. This keeps your positive loops sustainable rather than brittle. Your observer can choose where to apply expectation loops for maximum gain. Focus them on skills or areas where small improvements cascade into many benefits. Leave low-leverage areas to run on autopilot. This selective application conserves your energy for the loops that matter most. Practical routine for tuning loops. At the start of a day, pick one task and set a specific, achievable expectation. Take one concrete preparatory step that aligns with that expectation. Track the outcome even if it's small. Review whether the expectation helped, hindered, or stayed neutral. Over a week, you will gather evidence about where your expectations are helping and where they need adjustment. When you understand and guide expectation loops, you stop letting them run in the background unchecked. You start using them like tools, building momentum instead of eroding it. This creates a smoother runway for your observer to operate on. With this groundwork, you're ready to define the inner observer itself, not as a vague idea, but as a practical entity you can train, measure, and refine. Next, we will strip away misconceptions and give that observer a precise job description. You've seen how expectation loops shape outcomes, but something has to be deciding which loops to feed and which to starve. That role belongs to your inner observer. It isn't the stream of thoughts that races through your mind all day. It's the position behind those thoughts, the place from which you decide what to pay attention to, how long to keep it there, and whether it's worth locking into record. This matters because most people let their thinking self, reactive, impulsive, and easily distracted, dictate their actions. The thinking self grabs at whatever is loudest. The observer, when trained, sets the frame before the moment arrives. It decides what will even be allowed into focus, and that choice alone changes the course of events. The observer has 4 core powers. It can place attention deliberately, hold it where it matters, interpret what's being noticed in a useful way, and decide what gets measured. When these powers are left to run on autopilot, your days are shaped by whatever stimulus your environment throws at you. When they're applied intentionally, your days are shaped by your priorities. Training begins by separating awareness from thought. When you can see a thought arrive and leave without being dragged by it, you've located the observer. Then you give it assignments. You tell it, catch me the moment I start rationalizing, or signal me when I'm about to switch tasks without finishing. Without a job, the observer drifts. With a job, it works. Every time it does its job, you reinforce the connection between noticing and acting. This turns the observer into an ally that saves energy instead of draining it. Willpower tries to fight impulses after they've already taken shape. The observer changes the setup so those impulses never fully form. That's why a trained observer can produce consistent results with less effort. Recording is part of the job. Without a record, memory rewrites history to fit your current mood. Even a small, quick mark anchors reality in a way that can't be debated later. It becomes evidence you can learn from. The observer decides which moments deserve that mark, and the simple act of recording tightens the link between what you care about and what you actually do. The observer's energy is finite. It shouldn't be switched on for every moment of the day. Use it for moments of choice, high-leverage opportunities, and areas where small shifts will have the greatest effect. Let trained habits handle the rest. Over time, this efficiency becomes part of your identity. You start seeing yourself as the kind of person who notices what matters and acts accordingly. That identity primes your predictive brain to keep looking for the cues your observer cares about. Your observer is not mystical. It's a role you define, assign, and strengthen through deliberate use. Once it's clear what it does, you can stop asking it to wrestle with everything at once and instead give it the moments that matter most. With that clarity in place, the next step is understanding why forcing focus fails, and how to work with your brain's energy budget so attention can be invested where it pays off the most. Attention and willpower are often spoken of as if they're the same thing, but they operate very differently. Willpower is an act of resistance. Attention is an act of allocation. Willpower pushes against impulses in the moment. Attention chooses in advance where your mental resources will go, so resistance is less necessary. This difference matters because attention is expensive to run. Sustaining it requires significant metabolic resources. Forcing yourself to focus through sheer determination quickly burns through those resources, which is why prolonged effort without breaks leaves you drained and unable to think clearly. The part of the brain that manages sustained focus is powerful but costly, and it is not built for constant strain. When you try to hold attention by fighting off every distraction in sight, you pay twice, once in the mental effort of suppression, and again in the lost opportunity to shape the environment so the distraction never arrived. This is the hidden tax behind so many unproductive days. Energy is spent holding the line instead of designing conditions that keep the line from being tested. A skilled observer treats attention like a limited budget. It spends generously where the return is high, but it also protects reserves for moments that matter more. That might mean declining to fully engage with a low-priority task so you have focus available for the work that changes outcomes. This is not laziness. It's strategic allocation. The fastest way to protect that budget is to reduce unnecessary switching. Every shift in focus costs time and energy to reload the mental context. Grouping similar work together lowers this cost. Using external cues to guide your attention takes the load off your working memory. Setting short, clearly defined work sessions keeps you from drifting into low-quality effort. Batching interruptions prevents the constant bleed that comes from reacting to each ping as it arrives. Environment is the first lever. Attention is drawn to novelty, movement, and emotion. If your surroundings are full of these by accident, through clutter, notifications, or noise, your observer is forced to spend precious energy resisting them. Remove or replace these inputs, and you remove the need for resistance. Attention also runs in rhythms. Periods of peak alertness are followed by natural dips. Working in alignment with these rhythms lets you engage deeply when you're sharp and rest when you're not. Rest is not a pause in progress. It's part of the process that allows you to return with resources intact. This is where measurement becomes useful again. Tracking not just how long you work but the quality of your attention reveals patterns. You might learn that certain types of work are best done in short, intense bursts, while others benefit from longer sessions. You might find the exact time of day when high-stakes tasks come easiest. This lets you invest attention where it yields the most, rather than spending it evenly across everything. Treating attention as a finite resource changes how you work. You stop expecting yourself to be fully engaged at all times and start designing conditions that make engagement natural when it matters. The observer becomes the budget manager, placing mental energy where it will multiply instead of where it will evaporate. With that understanding, you can take the next step, seeing how the spotlight of attention doesn't just filter your world but actively amplifies whatever it rests on. What you notice grows, and the way your observer directs that growth is the next layer of power you'll learn to use deliberately. With the limits of your attention budget clear, it's time to understand why where you aim it matters so much. Your attention is not a neutral lens. It's more like a spotlight on a dark stage. Whatever stands in that beam is illuminated, given definition, and invited to grow. Whatever is outside the beam fades into the background, often disappearing entirely from your experience. This is not just poetic description, it's how your perceptual systems work. Your brain is flooded with far more sensory data than it can process. The selective spotlight of attention decides which inputs make it into conscious awareness. That choice shapes what you remember, how you feel, and what you decide to do next. Over time, the things you consistently notice are reinforced. They gather more connections in your mind, they become easier to recall, and they start influencing your default choices without you even realizing it. The spotlight can amplify either opportunities or problems. Aim it at progress and you'll start seeing small wins you can build on. Aim it at obstacles, and your mind will keep feeding you more reasons why forward motion is impossible. This isn't about ignoring reality, it's about understanding that reality contains far more than you can take in. So what you focus on becomes the reality you live in. Trained observers know this and place the spotlight deliberately. They don't waste it on trivia, petty distractions, or endless replays of setbacks. They direct it toward cues that lead to the outcomes they care about most. They do it consistently enough that those cues become easier to find and harder to miss. The brain adapts by making them the default pattern in the perceptual field. The spotlight also affects others. When you place attention on someone's strengths, they often show you more of them. When you lock onto someone's mistakes, they tend to repeat them under the weight of that scrutiny. Your attention can create a reinforcing loop in your environment, shaping how people act around you just as it shapes how you act. A crucial part of using the spotlight well is catching when it drifts. Distraction pulls the beam onto low-value targets. Rumination traps it on stale events. Comparison locks it onto someone else's path instead of your own. When your observer is active, you can notice this drift quickly and redirect before damage is done. Redirection works best with cues. A single physical object, a short phrase, or a question can snap the beam back to where it belongs. The easier you make this redirection, the more likely it is to happen in time to save the moment. Measurement strengthens the spotlight by making its effects visible. If you track what you gave attention to each day, even in a quick list, you'll see patterns you'd otherwise miss. You might realize you've been amplifying problems instead of possibilities, or scattering the beam across too many unrelated targets. That awareness alone can be enough to start using the spotlight more intelligently. What you notice grows. Your observer is holding the switch to the light. The more consistently you point it at high-value targets, the more your mind and environment will reshape themselves around those targets. That's why the next step is learning to refine not just where the beam lands, but what passes through it. Because even with good aim, you still need a way to separate real signal from the noise that tries to sneak into your spotlight. Once you can aim the spotlight, the challenge becomes deciding what actually deserves to be in it. Not every input is worth your attention, and without filters, noise will crowd out signal until you're left reacting to static instead of information that matters. Noise takes many forms. It can be irrelevant details, random interruptions, emotional hooks, or even your own untested assumptions. It's anything that consumes your attention budget without moving you closer to your goal. Signal, by contrast, is information you can act on. It's data that helps you decide the next step or confirms that you're on the right path. Your perceptual filters are the mental settings that determine how much of each gets through. These settings are shaped by your habits, your environment, your identity, and the stories you tell yourself. If your filters are tuned for threat, you'll pick up every possible danger but miss quiet opportunities. If they're tuned for novelty, you'll collect endless distractions but fail to stick with anything long enough to see results. Training the filters starts with clarity. You need to know what counts as signal in your current context. In a creative project, signal might be anything that advances the work or tests an idea. In a fitness goal, it might be a specific action you can repeat to build capacity. Without this clarity, you end up processing everything equally, which means you process nothing deeply. Once you've defined signal, you can begin adjusting your inputs. Remove sources that produce mostly noise, certain feeds, conversations, or environments. Increase your exposure to sources that produce mostly signal mentors, well-chosen books, focused work sessions. This reshapes what even reaches your observer in the first place, lowering the cost of filtering. Another way to train the filters is to practice rapid tagging. As inputs arrive, quickly label them as actionable, reference, or discard. Actionable gets immediate focus. Reference gets stored for later without disrupting the moment. Discard gets dropped without guilt. Over time, this tagging becomes automatic, freeing your observer to spend more energy on acting instead of sorting. Measurement plays its part here too. Track how often you acted on genuine signal versus how often you chased noise. The ratio tells you how well your filters are working. Even a small improvement in that ratio can free huge amounts of attention for meaningful work. Strong filters don't make you rigid, they make you precise. They let you stay open to the unexpected without drowning in it. They make sure that when your spotlight lands, it's illuminating something worth your time. And that precision sets the stage for the next layer of power. Understanding how the stories you attach to what you see shape your actions as much as the facts themselves. That's where we go next. You can aim the spotlight and train your filters, but what you do with what gets through is shaped by something more subtle, your narrative. Narrative is the meaning you assign to events, patterns, and signals. It's the lens through which you interpret what you see, and it's powerful because meaning doesn't just describe reality. It shapes your behavior in response to it. Two people can face the same set of facts and walk away with completely different conclusions, simply because their stories frame those facts in different ways. If your narrative tells you a delay means inevitable failure, you'll quit early. If it tells you a delay means an opportunity to refine, you'll stay engaged and likely improve the outcome. The raw event doesn't change. The story changes the meaning, and the meaning changes your actions. Narratives are built from experience, cultural messages, identity, and selective memory. They tend to run in the background, invisible until you challenge them. You might believe you're seeing the world directly, when in fact you're seeing it through a story you've been rehearsing for years. That story can be a source of strength, or it can be a constraint that keeps you stuck. Your observer's job is to notice the stories as they form, especially in moments when stakes are high. The earlier you notice, the more freedom you have to choose or rewrite the lens you're looking through. Without that awareness, the story installs itself instantly and dictates your reaction. By the time you think you're making a choice, the choice has already been made for you. This is where the metaphor of lens becomes useful. Lenses don't just block or pass light, they bend it. They can focus, distort, magnify, or diminish. A poorly chosen lens might distort opportunity into threat, or magnify a small setback into a crisis. A well-chosen lens might bring a hidden opportunity into focus or make a large challenge feel approachable. You can begin training this skill by asking simple questions in real time. What else could this mean? What would this look like through a growth lens? How would I interpret this if I assumed the best about my ability to handle it? These questions interrupt the automatic installation of the old narrative and open space for new interpretations. Measurement can be a powerful ally here. Keep a short record of the stories you notice yourself telling in key situations. Include the situation, the initial story, and any alternate stories you generated. Over time, patterns will emerge. You'll see which stories lead to better actions and which consistently limit you. That awareness is enough to start reshaping the narrative defaults you run on. Rewriting a narrative doesn't mean denying reality. It means choosing a framing that preserves truth while improving usefulness. If a project stalls, you don't need to pretend everything is fine. But you can frame the stall as a diagnostic moment rather than a verdict on your competence. That framing keeps you engaged in problem-solving rather than collapsing into self-doubt. Your environment influences your narratives more than most people realize. The stories repeated by your peers, media, and mentors can seep into your own lens without you noticing. If you surround yourself with people who frame every setback as proof the system is rigged, you may start wearing that lens yourself. If you spend time with people who treat setbacks as part of the process, your lens will shift accordingly. This is why curating your informational and social inputs is a direct way to upgrade your narrative defaults. Identity plays a central role. If you see yourself as someone who learns fast, your narrative will bend toward lessons in every challenge. If you see yourself as someone who always struggles, your narrative will bend toward evidence that confirms that. The lens is self-reinforcing. This is why identity edits, small but deliberate shifts in how you define yourself, can have a dramatic impact on how you interpret the same facts. The observer must also guard against narrative drift. Over time, even a strong lens can warp under stress or complacency. Checking your narratives against real evidence is essential. This is where decision journals and post-action reviews are invaluable. They reveal whether your stories are matching reality or sliding into fantasy. Strong narrative skills give you agility. You can switch lenses to match the needs of the moment, rather than being stuck with one interpretation. You can see the same event from multiple perspectives and choose the one that keeps you moving toward your goals. You can detect when a story is serving ego at the expense of progress, and trade it for one that serves the outcome. Narrative is not decoration, it is direction. It determines whether you double down, pivot, or walk away. It decides whether you see a situation as opportunity or obligation, challenge or threat, proof or warning. And because your attention is finite, the lens you use determines what kind of world you end up building for yourself. When your observer learns to notice and edit the lens, you stop living inside inherited stories and start choosing the ones that produce the reality you want to live in. That skill is essential for the next layer, editing the very identity that sits underneath those stories, because identity quietly tells your attention where to land before you even have the chance to think about it. If narrative is the lens, identity is the frame it sits in. Identity tells you who you are, and that definition quietly decides which stories feel natural to you, which ones you reject, and where your attention naturally flows. Change identity, and you change the gravitational pull on your observer. Identity is powerful because it feels like truth. If you've been telling yourself, "I'm not the kind of person who follows through," you won't just think that, you'll filter reality to confirm it. You'll notice every abandoned project and overlook every completion. The observer will unconsciously aim the spotlight toward evidence that the identity is correct. The loop feeds itself. The same is true for empowering identities. If you carry, "I'm the kind of person who keeps promises to myself," you will seek and notice proof of that. You will interpret ambiguous situations in a way that preserves that self-image. You will take actions that are consistent with it, even when those actions are inconvenient. Identity edits are not instant transformations. They are deliberate, small shifts in self-definition that you reinforce until they become natural. The key is to make them specific and actionable. "I'm the kind of person who works toward my health" is vague. "I'm the kind of person who doesn't skip my morning walk" is actionable. The more concrete the identity, the easier it is for the observer to act in alignment with it. You can start with a single sentence. Choose one that defines a trait you want to strengthen and that can be proven daily with small actions. Every time you act in alignment with it, you reinforce the new identity. Every time you measure and record that alignment, you give the observer hard evidence to work with. This is why identity edits pair naturally with measurement. The act of tracking is proof to yourself that the new identity is real. The observer sees not just the intention but the evidence, which makes the identity more believable. Over time, the observer begins to expect that kind of behavior from you, and your predictive brain adjusts accordingly. Editing identity also means pruning identities that no longer serve you. If you've been wearing a label that limits your range, I'm bad at numbers, I'm not creative, challenge it with small, repeated counterexamples. You don't need to replace it with the opposite extreme. You only need to loosen its hold enough that your observer will allow new evidence in. Identity shapes not just your actions but your environment. The kind of person you believe yourself to be will influence the people you connect with, the spaces you choose, and the opportunities you pursue. An observer aligned with a healthy identity will naturally place attention in environments that reinforce that identity, creating a reinforcing loop in the external world as well as the internal. The danger is unexamined identity creep, slowly adopting definitions from others without realizing it. Your observer must occasionally audit your identities. Is this really mine? Does it still help? What would I gain by letting it go? Without these audits, you may find yourself living by rules you didn't choose. A useful way to anchor new identities is to connect them to purpose. A statement like, "I'm the kind of person who invests attention where it multiplies," not only shapes action but links it to a bigger reason, making it more resilient under pressure. When the observer has both a clear role and a meaningful identity to operate from, the quality of your attention rises. Identity edits are not about pretending to be someone you're not. They're about making conscious choices about who you want to become and using small, repeatable actions to prove that choice to yourself. The observer is the mechanism that ensures those actions happen. With a trained observer operating through a supportive identity, your perception becomes sharper and your choices more consistent. But there's another layer that influences how those choices are made in the moment: your emotional state. To use your observer effectively, you must learn to read emotions as data, not orders, so that your responses are intelligent rather than automatic. That's where we go next. You now have an observer with a clear definition and an identity that supports its work. But there is still one variable that can override even the best focus and the most deliberate intentions: your emotional state. If you've ever made a decision in anger you later regretted, or failed to act because anxiety kept you frozen, you know the force emotions can exert. Most people try to solve this by either suppressing emotions or obeying them blindly. Neither works over time. The skilled observer takes a third path, treating emotions as measurement. Emotions are not commands. They are signals from your body and mind about your current relationship to the environment. Fear might be telling you there's a real threat, or that you're about to stretch into the unknown. Frustration might mean you're encountering resistance, or that your expectations were unrealistic. Excitement could signal genuine opportunity, or a temptation that distracts you from your main focus. The point is that the emotion itself is not the problem. It's your interpretation of it that determines your next move. Reading emotions as data means stepping back and asking, what is this trying to measure? Rather than, how do I make this go away? This shift puts your observer in the driver's seat. You start to see emotional spikes as alerts rather than orders. Instead of, I feel anxious, therefore I must avoid this, you get, I feel anxious, therefore something important is being tested here. What variable is it? One of the biggest benefits of this mindset is that it reduces the time you spend in emotional tug-of-war. Suppression burns energy and often backfires, making the feeling stronger. Blind obedience to emotion puts you at the mercy of your least resourceful states. Observation gives you a third option: stay aware, gather the data the emotion is pointing to, and choose your action from there. This approach also helps you spot patterns. If you record the situations that trigger strong emotions, you'll often find that the same few themes appear over and over. These recurring themes are high-leverage areas for growth. If excitement spikes every time you start a new project but fades when it's time to finish, You've identified a point where your observer can intervene to maintain momentum. If dread hits every time you think about a certain type of meeting, you can dig into whether it's the people, the topic, or the timing that's triggering the signal. Treating emotions as measurement also means tracking intensity and duration, not just presence. A flash of irritation that fades in minutes is different from a simmering resentment that lasts all day. A spike of fear that drops after you gather information is different from an anxiety that stays high even when nothing changes. These patterns tell you which emotional responses are situational noise and which are signals worth acting on. It's important to note that reading emotions as data doesn't mean becoming emotionally detached or cold. It means not being ruled by the first impulse they create. The observer can acknowledge the reality of a feeling, allow it to exist, and still choose the most constructive next step. This keeps your decision-making aligned with your values and goals, even when your emotional landscape is turbulent. To make this work in practice, you can use a simple loop. Notice, name, note, navigate. Notice the emotion without judgment. Name it as specifically as you can. Frustration, anticipation, apprehension. Note any relevant patterns, triggers, or bodily sensations. Then navigate by deciding whether this signal means act, adjust, or wait. Over time, your observer becomes faster and more accurate in this loop. Emotions stop being interruptions and start becoming an early warning system or a source of opportunity. They tell you when something is off before your rational mind catches up, and they highlight when you're in a state worth leaning into. This skill becomes even more powerful when paired with bias awareness, because your emotional reactions are often amplified or distorted by cognitive biases. If you don't account for that, you may misread the data your emotions are giving you. That's why the next layer of training is to expose and neutralize the hidden hands that steer both your thoughts and your feelings. Even with a trained observer and a healthy relationship to emotion, your perception is never purely objective. Cognitive biases are built into the way human brains process information. They're shortcuts, mental heuristics that help you make decisions quickly, but they also skew your judgment in predictable ways. If you don't know they're there, they quietly steer your choices, often in directions that work against your goals. Think of biases as invisible hands on your steering wheel. Confirmation bias pushes you toward evidence that supports what you already believe, while ignoring or downplaying anything that contradicts it. Availability bias makes you judge the likelihood of events based on how easily examples come to mind, which often has more to do with recent exposure than actual probability. Survivorship bias leads you to focus on successes that made it through selection filters, while forgetting the countless failures that didn't. These biases operate automatically. You can't turn them off completely. What you can do is make them visible to your observer so they lose their covert power. Awareness is the first defense. Once you recognize a bias in play, you can slow down and question the decision path it's nudging you toward. Start your bias audit by learning to spot your personal frequent flyers. Not everyone is equally vulnerable to every bias. Your professional background, past experiences, and current environment will make certain shortcuts more likely for you. If you're in a fast-paced industry, you may lean heavily on availability bias because speed is rewarded. If you've experienced repeated setbacks in a particular area, negativity bias might make you see risk where there's actually opportunity. One practical method is to keep a bias log alongside your decision records. When you make a choice, especially in a recurring context, note which biases might have influenced it. Did you favor the option with the most supporting anecdotes rather than the strongest data? Did you assume past patterns would continue without checking for changes in context? Over time, this log will reveal the biases that cost you the most accuracy. Your observer can then use targeted countermeasures. For confirmation bias, deliberately seek disconfirming evidence before finalizing a decision. For availability bias, look up actual base rates instead of relying on memory. For survivorship bias, study failures alongside successes to get the full picture. Bias awareness also integrates directly with emotion as measurement. Many emotional spikes are bias-driven. The flush of excitement when you see a familiar pattern might be confirmation bias rewarding you for spotting proof of what you already believed. The knot in your stomach when faced with an unfamiliar option might be loss aversion bias making novelty feel dangerous. If your observer can recognize the bias, it can recalibrate the emotional data before acting on it. There's another layer of benefit to the bias audit. It builds humility into your decision-making. When you know your perception is prone to systematic errors, you become more willing to test assumptions and update quickly. This willingness to update keeps your predictive brain flexible and your observer sharp. The danger of ignoring biases is that they can undo all the other work you've done on attention, filtering, and narrative. You may believe you're acting with precision, when in fact you're just following a distorted path laid out by mental shortcuts. By auditing and adjusting for these distortions, you give your observer a clearer road to work with. With your biases visible and your observer trained to catch them in real time, you can move into the next phase, using expectations as a tool instead of a trap. You'll learn how to prime yourself for better performance without the self-deception that makes so many expectation-setting methods collapse under real-world pressure. That's where we go next. By now, you've learned that your brain runs on predictions and that those predictions can form expectation loops that either boost or sabotage your performance. You've also trained your observer to catch emotional cues and audit biases that distort judgment. Now we take those elements and build a system for deliberately setting expectations that prime you for better outcomes, without falling into the trap of self-deception. Expectation setting has a bad reputation because it's often confused with wishful thinking. People believe that if they tell themselves something will go perfectly, they'll attract the result. But blind optimism ignores real constraints, and when reality falls short, the crash is steep. At the other extreme, pessimism masquerades as realism, lowering expectations to avoid disappointment, which kills motivation before effort even starts. Neither approach works for long. Expectation setting 2.0 is different. It's about deliberately designing a belief about what is possible and likely, supported by concrete evidence, clear action steps, and flexible adjustments. It's priming yourself to act as if success is achievable, while staying open to new information and ready to adapt. The first rule is to start with evidence you trust. That means grounding your expectations in recent performance, reliable data, or credible feedback. If your past 5 focused work blocks produced meaningful progress, you can expect the next one to do the same, assuming you set it up under similar conditions. If you're starting from scratch in a skill, your expectations should be scaled to the early learning curve, not to expert-level performance. The second rule is to define success in behavioral terms rather than outcome terms. Outcomes are influenced by variables outside your control. Behaviors are not. If you expect to write 1,000 words every morning, you can act on that regardless of how the words are received later. By focusing expectations on what you will do rather than what will happen, you keep them within your sphere of influence. The third rule is to set a range rather than a single point. This creates a confidence corridor that accounts for natural variability. For example, you might set the expectation that a sales call will result in either a clear next step, a decision to disengage, or valuable market insight. All 3 outcomes count as success because they move you forward. The corridor keeps you from labeling anything outside your ideal as failure. The fourth rule is to run pre-mortems. Before committing to an expectation, imagine it failing, not to sabotage your mindset, but to identify what could realistically go wrong. Once you've spotted these risks, you can build contingencies into your plan. This reduces the shock if something does go wrong and keeps you from abandoning the effort too early. The fifth rule is to rehearse the state you want to be in when it's time to act. This isn't about visualizing the trophy on the shelf. It's about walking yourself through the exact moves you'll make, the cues you'll respond to, and the adjustments you'll use if something unexpected happens. This primes both your predictive brain and your observer to respond smoothly under pressure. When expectations are set in this way, they become a powerful lever. They direct attention, shape preparation, and influence behavior without setting you up for a crash when reality throws a curveball. You enter situations with a plan you believe in, backed by evidence, but you're also ready to adapt when new data arrives. Measurement is critical here. After each event or block of work, compare what actually happened to your expectation. Was it accurate? If not, was it too high or too low? What information did you miss? This feedback refines your expectation setting over time until it becomes a calibrated skill. The temptation to lie for motivation will always be there. Your observer must resist it. False expectations can create short bursts of energy, but they corrode trust in yourself when they repeatedly fail. Trust is far more valuable than temporary hype. When you believe your own expectations because they're consistently reasonable and supported, your execution improves naturally. Expectation setting 2.0 works because it aligns your predictive brain, your observer, and your emotional system toward a realistic but optimistic frame. You're not pretending the path is clear, you're preparing yourself to walk it well. And with this frame in place, you're ready for the next upgrade. Building external systems that reinforce what your observer is doing internally, so progress is impossible to ignore. Expectation setting without feedback is like aiming an arrow in the dark. You have no idea whether you're getting closer to the target. Your predictive brain needs regular data to refine its models, and your observer needs visible proof to keep attention aimed where it matters. That's where personal measurement devices come in. A measurement device, in this context, is anything that reliably captures the variable you care about in a way that's easy to maintain. Could be as simple as a notebook where you log completed actions, or as sophisticated as a digital dashboard that aggregates multiple metrics. The key is that it reduces the gap between action and feedback. The first step in designing a device is to choose the right variable. This is where your earlier work on spotlight and filters pays off. You want to measure something that's both meaningful and controllable. For example, if your goal is to improve focus, tracking hours at your desk is less useful than tracking the number of uninterrupted work blocks you complete. Next, decide how often you'll capture data. Too infrequent and the feedback loses power. Too frequent and the act of measuring becomes a distraction. Daily logging works well for behaviors you're trying to build into habit. Weekly reviews are better for complex projects where daily fluctuations are less meaningful. The format of your device should be as simple as possible while still being clear. If updating it takes more than a few seconds, you'll start skipping it. A single checkbox, a tally mark, or a number is often enough. For richer data, you can add brief context notes, but keep them short to avoid turning measurement into another project. Placement matters too. Your device should live where the decision or action happens, not buried in a file you only open later. If you're tracking hydration, the log should be near where you fill your water. If your tracking starts on creative work, the log should be next to your workspace. This physical or digital proximity reduces friction and increases compliance. One of the most powerful aspects of a measurement device is its role as a witness. When you know you'll have to record the truth about your behavior, you become more conscious of your choices in real time. This is why even private logs work. Future you is still an audience your brain cares about. To make feedback even more actionable, pair your primary metric with a secondary guardrail metric. If you're tracking output volume, a guardrail could track quality scores or error rates. If you're tracking speed, a guardrail could track recovery time. Guardrails keep your system from optimizing one variable at the expense of others that matter. Your measurement devices should evolve. What's worth tracking today may not be worth tracking once it becomes automatic. Retire metrics that no longer produce insight and replace them with ones that address your current bottlenecks. This keeps your feedback loop sharp rather than cluttered. Sharing your measurements selectively can also add value. A trusted peer or mentor can help you interpret trends and spot blind spots you might miss. The key is to share for insight, not for applause. Publicizing numbers purely for external validation can distort behavior and turn measurement into performance. The physics of feedback is simple but powerful. Short-loop speed learning, visible data changes behavior, and accurate measures increase trust in your own process. When you combine these principles with well-set expectations, your observer becomes far more effective at steering you toward your goals. With your personal measurement devices in place, you're ready for a mode of work that turns insight into rapid evolution. Running micro-experiments that reveal what truly moves the needle in your life, without waiting months to find out. That's the next step. You now have calibrated expectations and personal measurement devices capturing the truth of your actions. The next move is to use that data in a way that accelerates growth rather than just recording history. That's where micro-experiments come in. These are small, low-risk tests designed to generate rapid feedback on whether a change in your approach produces the result you want. Think of them as a personal laboratory with you as both the researcher and the subject. The power of micro-experiments lies in their scale and speed. They're small enough that failure carries no lasting cost, and short enough that you get results quickly. This lets you run multiple tests in the time it would normally take to commit to one untested plan. Instead of gambling months of effort on a hunch, you can run a 2-day trial and know whether it's worth scaling up. Designing a micro-experiment starts with a clear question. Does starting my day with a 10-minute planning session increase my focus for the next 3 hours? Is a testable question. Will this make me more productive? Is too vague to measure. Narrow questions force you to define the exact variable you're testing and the result you'll count as a win. Once you have the question, you set the conditions. Keep everything except the variable constant so you can attribute changes in results to the thing you're testing. If you're testing a new writing schedule, keep the environment, tools, and topic the same. Change one factor at a time so your feedback is clean. Duration is critical. A micro-experiment should be long enough to show a clear effect, but short enough to maintain urgency. 2 to 5 days is often ideal. You want the test to feel like a sprint, not a marathon. If you need more time for certain variables, break the test into smaller stages so you can still get quick feedback. Recording results during the test is non-negotiable. Memory will distort what happened, especially if you have a strong emotional reaction to the outcome. Capture the relevant metric in your measurement device as soon as possible after each test run. Even if the change feels obvious, the data will often reveal patterns your perception misses. Interpreting results requires honesty. If the test shows no improvement or worse, a decline, resist the temptation to justify keeping the change because you like the idea of it. The purpose of a micro-experiment is to remove guesswork, not confirm your preferences. If the data says no, you stop or modify the approach and move to the next test. The value of running these tests compounds over time. Each one either produces a practice worth keeping or rules out a false lead before it costs you more. Over months, the cumulative effect is a life built from proven moves, rather than from assumptions. Micro-experiments also keep your observer alert. Because the tests are frequent and varied, you train your attention to notice cause and effect relationships in real time. You get faster at predicting which variables are worth testing and more precise in how you run the tests. This tiny lab approach also keeps momentum high. Even if a larger project is moving slowly, you're still generating small wins and discoveries every week. These wins feed your confidence and make it easier to persist through inevitable slow phases in bigger goals. With your ability to test, measure, and adjust in short cycles, you've removed one of the biggest causes of wasted effort. But experimentation must be balanced with sustainability. If your process leaves you exhausted, the quality of your observation collapses. That's why the next skill is learning how to stay sharp without burning out, so the gains from your micro-experiments can actually be sustained. When most people hear mindfulness, they think of long meditation sessions, a perfectly still mind, or an escape from busyness. While those practices have value, they're not the kind of mindfulness your observer needs to function at its best in real-world conditions. You don't need to escape your life. You need a way to observe it with clarity while you're in motion. That means mindfulness as a functional skill, not as an occasional retreat. Overwhelm is the enemy of observation. When your mental bandwidth is overloaded, attention becomes reactive, jumping from one demand to the next. Your spotlight drifts without your consent, and your filters let in noise you'd normally catch. In this state, you make more impulsive choices, miss important cues, and lose the ability to test and adjust effectively. Upgraded mindfulness addresses this by giving your observer a short, reliable routine for restoring clarity in the middle of activity. It's not about eliminating all thoughts. It's about creating enough mental space for the observer to notice what's happening without being swept away by it. The aim is precision, not emptiness. One effective approach is the 7-minute reset. This is a deliberately short practice you can insert into the day without needing a quiet retreat or special environment. It starts with a physical cue: sitting upright, loosening the jaw, and relaxing the shoulders. You then place your attention on a simple anchor like your breath or a tactile sensation, letting other inputs pass without chasing them. As distractions appear, the observer notes them without judgment and returns attention to the anchor. This act of returning is the training, It strengthens your ability to notice attention drift and bring it back, which is exactly the skill you use in high-stakes moments outside the practice. The 7-minute reset also trains emotional regulation. By noticing and naming feelings without immediately reacting, you keep your nervous system from escalating into fight or flight over minor triggers. This prevents unnecessary energy loss and keeps your predictive brain from defaulting to threat mode. The key to making upgraded mindfulness work is consistency. Sporadic practice won't give your observer enough repetitions to change its default behavior. A daily commitment, even if it's short, builds a baseline of calm observation you can draw on under pressure. Integrating this into your measurement system reinforces the habit. You might track the number of resets you complete each week or note changes in how quickly you recover from distractions. This visible feedback strengthens the link between the practice and its benefits, making you more likely to keep it. Upgraded mindfulness doesn't just reduce overwhelm, it improves the quality of your perception. You notice more subtle cues in conversations, catch earlier signs of opportunity or trouble, and maintain sharper focus during micro-experiments. Over time, this precision compounds, giving you a decisive edge in how you respond to your environment. With this ability to reset on demand, you've built a foundation for the next level of observation, tuning into the body's internal data feed so you can time your decisions to match your most resourceful states. That's where we go next. Your observer is trained to watch external cues, patterns in events, shifts in environment, and signals from other people. But some of the most valuable data for decision-making comes from inside your own body. Interoception is the ability to detect and interpret those internal signals in real time. Heart rate, breathing depth, muscle tension, gut sensations, and other physiological markers. These signals often change before your conscious mind catches up. Your breathing might quicken before you realize you're stressed. Your stomach might tighten before you consciously register hesitation about a choice. Your hands might warm when you're engaged, or grow cold when you're nervous. Learning to read these signals is like installing a second set of sensors in your observation system. The first step is simply noticing. Set aside short windows during the day, 30 seconds to 2 minutes, where you do nothing but scan for internal sensations. Start with your breath. Is it deep or shallow, smooth or jerky? Move to your muscles, which are tense, which are loose. Then check your heartbeat. Fast, slow, steady, irregular? This isn't about changing anything yet, just gathering data. Once you can detect these signals reliably, the next step is mapping them to states. For example, you might notice that shallow breathing, tight shoulders, and a fast heart rate often coincide with distraction or frustration. Warm hands, steady breath, and relaxed posture might correlate with focus and flow. These personal state maps give your observer a faster way to assess readiness than relying on mental check-ins alone. Timing decisions becomes much more effective when guided by interoceptive data. If you've mapped that certain physical signals predict strong execution, you can schedule high-stakes actions for those moments. Conversely, if your body is broadcasting signs of fatigue or agitation, you can delay non-urgent decisions until you're in a more resourceful state. This internal feed also becomes a valuable early warning system. Physical tension might appear hours before mental exhaustion sets in. A shift in breathing might alert you to creeping anxiety long before it would normally register. Catching these early signals allows you to intervene with rest, movement, or other resets before performance drops. Integrating interoception into your measurement devices is straightforward. You can add a quick rating of physical state to your existing logs, or note physiological cues before and after specific actions. Over time, patterns emerge that help you predict and manage your state more proactively. The key to accuracy is detachment. Your observer's role is to record and interpret signals without layering in judgment. Feeling tired isn't bad. It's data. Feeling restless isn't failure. It's an indicator to adjust. When you treat internal cues as neutral information, you remove the emotional noise that often distorts self-assessment. Interoception also deepens your emotional measurement skills. Many feelings have a distinct physical signature. By catching that signature early, you can engage the read, don't react mindset before the emotion escalates. This makes your responses more deliberate and less driven by automatic patterns. Once your observer can read your internal data feed with precision, the next step is using that information to trigger helpful behaviors automatically. That's where implementation intentions come in, a simple but powerful way to program your attention to act on the right cues at the right moment. Even with awareness, intention can dissolve in the moment. You might know exactly what you want to do when a situation arises, yet still miss the cue or get pulled into a default habit. Implementation intentions solve this by linking a specific situation, the if, to a specific action, the then, effectively preloading the decision so your observer executes it automatically. An implementation intention is simple. If X happens, then I will do Y. For example, if I notice my shoulders tensing, then I will take 3 slow breaths. Or, if my phone buzzes during deep work, then I will write the notification down and return to my task. This structure works because it shifts decision-making from the heat of the moment to a calm planning phase, reducing the mental load when the cue appears. The strength of this method lies in precision. The if must be a clear, detectable cue. Vague triggers like, if I get distracted, are too fuzzy to activate reliably. Instead, choose cues you can sense with certainty. Specific phrases, times, physical sensations, or environmental events. They then should be equally specific and executable in the moment. Avoid abstract goals like stay calm or focus harder. Replace them with concrete actions like relax my jaw and count to 5, or write the next sentence before checking email. The observer works best with direct instructions it can act on immediately. Linking implementation intentions to interoceptive signals creates a seamless loop. If your body tells you tension is rising, the preloaded then can activate before the mental cascade begins. This turns your internal data feed into a real-time steering mechanism for your behavior. Testing and refining these intentions is essential. Start with a small set 3 to 5 high-impact if-then pairs, and track how often you execute them when the cue appears. If you miss a cue consistently, adjust the if to something more obvious or the then to something easier to perform under pressure. Over time, these preloaded responses become habits. Your observer doesn't have to debate whether to act. It simply follows the link you've set. This preserves mental energy for more complex decisions and keeps your attention aligned with your priorities even when conditions change rapidly. Implementation intentions also pair well with micro-experiments. You can test different then actions for the same if cue to see which produces the best results. For example, if I feel drowsy in the afternoon, then I will walk for 3 minutes can be compared with if I feel drowsy, then I will drink water. The faster feedback loop lets you keep only the most effective links. The ultimate goal is a library of reliable if-then patterns that cover your most common attention leaks and state shifts. With these in place, you've essentially built a lightweight automation system for your observer, one that keeps you on track without constant conscious effort. And once those patterns are firing, you can amplify them further with visualization, not the kind that floats in fantasy, but the kind that rehearses real cues and responses so they unfold smoothly when it matters. That's the next layer to build. With your if-then patterns active, the next logical enhancement is to rehearse them in your mind in a way that strengthens execution. But visualization has been wrapped in so much hype and mystical language that many either avoid it entirely or misuse it. The popular version often focuses on picturing a desired end result, winning the award, seeing the bank balance, standing on the podium. While this can feel motivating, it rarely improves performance in the real moment because it skips the part your observer can control, the actual sequence of actions. Demystified visualization is about mentally rehearsing the process, not just the outcome. You run the movie of yourself encountering the exact cues you've identified, and then carrying out the precise behaviors you want. Exact body movements, exact words, exact attention shifts. This makes the mental representation accurate to the real conditions you'll face, so your brain treats it as legitimate preparation. The first step is defining the starting frame. Pick a real-world trigger you know will appear. An interoceptive signal, an environmental event, or a specific moment in your workflow. Place yourself mentally in that starting frame and engage as many senses as you can. See the surroundings, hear the sounds, feel the textures. The more vividly you can encode the cue, the more likely you'll recognize it quickly in reality. Next, move to the action frame. Replay yourself executing the then from your implementation intention with precision. If the intention is, if my voice rises, then I will lower my volume and pause. You visualize that exact lowering of tone and the pause. You even include the feeling of the breath you take, the micro-relaxation in your jaw, the quiet after the sentence. Run the sequence through to the resolution frame, what happens after the action is taken. This could be a smoother conversation, a sense of focus returning, or the next step unfolding cleanly. This resolution reinforces why the action matters and locks in a sense of completion. The rehearsal should be short and specific. Long, vague fantasies dilute the impact. 2 or 3 run-throughs of a realistic scenario, each lasting under a minute, is far more effective than a drawn-out dream session. Frequency beats duration. Daily microvisualizations keep the neural pathway fresh. One of the hidden advantages of process-based visualization is error correction before reality. If you stumble in the mental run, forgetting a step or hesitating at a cue, you've just exposed a weakness you can fix now without cost. You can refine the sequence until it runs smoothly in the mind, which makes execution in the real moment feel more natural. To make it measurable, you can log the number of rehearsals and note how often the real-world execution matches the mental script. Over time, you'll see a rising correlation between the two, which builds confidence in the practice. By replacing vague wishing with accurate process rehearsal, you train your observer to treat desired actions as already familiar. This reduces hesitation, lowers cognitive load, and increases the probability that your prepared response fires when the cue appears. Once you're practicing this consistently, the next opportunity for leverage is outside your mind, changing the actual environment so that your observer's work becomes easier and default attention flows where you want it. No matter how skilled your internal observer becomes, it's still shaped by what enters its field. The environment is the first and most persistent filter. What you see, hear, and encounter day to day is the raw material from which attention choices are made. If that raw material is cluttered, distracting, or misaligned with your aims, even the best trained observer will waste effort resisting pulls in the wrong direction. Sculpting your environment is about deliberately editing what your observer encounters so that the default path of least resistance supports your goals. This is not just about tidiness or aesthetics, it's about control of the inputs that shape your focus and behavior. The starting point is an audit. Walk through your physical spaces and digital spaces with your observer active. Notice what grabs attention without your consent, what creates friction for desired actions, and what reinforces the states you want. This is not a one-time inventory. Environments drift over time, often in subtle ways. Once you've identified unhelpful inputs, remove them or move them out of your immediate field. If the phone on your desk is the first thing you see, you've given the algorithm an open invitation to set your morning tone. If unrelated documents crowd your work surface, your observer has to filter noise before it can engage with the priority task. Then, place cues for desired actions where they're most visible and friction-free. If you want to start your day reviewing a plan, put the plan where your eyes land first. If you're training focus blocks, arrange the workspace so the tools for that work are instantly accessible and nothing else is in reach. Digital environment editing follows the same principle. Remove shortcuts to low-value distractions from your home screen and bring your highest-value apps or documents to the front. If a certain feed consistently pulls your attention into low-return loops, block or bury it. Microfriction is your ally here. You don't have to eliminate distractions completely, just add small barriers. A 2-step login for a low-value site or putting your phone in another room for an hour changes the cost-benefit equation enough for your observer to redirect focus without a fight. Conversely, reduce friction for desired behaviors. If you want to read more, keep a book open and visible where you usually idle. If you want to track your progress, keep your measurement device in the path of your routine. Sculpting the environment also includes sensory tuning. Sound, lighting, and temperature all affect attention. If certain conditions consistently support your best work, replicate them intentionally. If certain triggers like harsh lighting or background chatter degrade focus, reduce or mask them. The advantage of environmental editing is that it runs in the background. Once the space is shaped, It quietly influences behavior without requiring constant willpower. Your observer still monitors and adjusts, but the baseline demands are lower, freeing energy for higher-level decisions. And because the environment includes not just objects and interfaces but also people, the next layer is to examine the human field you operate in, how other observers influence your own state, and how to manage that influence for sustained clarity. Your observer doesn't operate in isolation. It's constantly influenced by the observers around you, their focus, their emotional states, their expectations, even their unconscious habits. This is the social field, and it can either amplify your clarity or quietly distort it. Understanding how this field operates is critical if you want your internal measurement to remain accurate. The simplest example is mood contagion. Spend time around someone in a tense, scattered state, and your own physiology will often shift to match heart rate, breathing, even posture. The same happens in reverse with calm, focused people. Your nervous system picks up their signals and begins to sync. This is not just a metaphor. It's a measurable phenomenon in psychology and neuroscience, often mediated by mirror neurons and hormonal shifts. But the social field isn't only emotional. Attention is also contagious. If those around you are locked onto low-value targets, gossip, complaints, irrelevant metrics, you're far more likely to point your own spotlight there. Over time, your filter settings adapt to theirs, and your sense of what's signal versus noise becomes distorted. The first step in mastering the social field is awareness. Track how you feel and think before, during, and after time with certain individuals or groups. Do you leave sharper or more scattered? Energized or depleted? Clear on your priorities or subtly pulled toward theirs? This is your observer collecting data on field effects. Once you can map these effects, you have three primary levers. The first is selection. Spend more time in fields that support your desired states, less time in those that degrade them. The second is buffering. If you must enter a field that pulls you off course, prepare with an intentional state-setting ritual, reviewing your key cues, taking a few grounding breaths, or even limiting the duration of exposure. The third lever is contribution. Strengthening your own field so it influences others more than theirs influences you. This requires entering interactions with a stable, clear observer already active. The steadier you are, the more your focus and emotional tone can anchor the collective state, rather than being swept by it. Your measurement devices can include social field tracking, rating your clarity or mood after interactions, noting who tends to sharpen your observation and who tends to dull it. This data isn't for judgment. It's for strategic placement of your time and energy. Once you've calibrated how the human field affects you, it's time to look at another, less obvious observer that's also shaping your focus every day, one that runs on code and algorithms rather than biology. Your environment isn't just physical and social. It's also algorithmic. Every feed you scroll, every recommendation you accept, every notification you respond to is being shaped by systems designed to maximize your engagement, not your clarity. In a sense, these algorithms are observers too, watching what you click, measuring your dwell time, and then deciding what to show you next. The problem is that their goals rarely match yours. They're optimized to keep your attention, not to aim it toward high-value targets. Left unchecked, this creates digital drift. Your spotlight being subtly pulled toward novelty, outrage, or distraction until your energy is scattered and your filters are clogged with noise. The first defense against digital drift is to see the algorithm as an active participant in your observation process. Every click is a training signal you send it. If you interact with low-value content, you're effectively asking for more of it. This is why your observer must become deliberate about its digital signals. One strategy is algorithmic shaping, consciously engaging with the kind of content you want to see more of, and deliberately ignoring, not even clicking to criticize, the kind you don't. Over time, this trains the algorithm to feed you higher quality inputs. Another is friction insertion. Use tools or settings to batch notifications, set limits on certain apps, or require an extra step before opening them. This interrupts the automatic loop between algorithmic prompt and your attention, giving your observer a chance to decide whether to engage. Your measurement devices can also track digital impact. You might log the number of times you opened a distracting app in a day, the percentage of your online time spent on intentional activities, or the emotional state after different types of digital interaction. Patterns here will reveal whether the algorithm is serving you or steering you. It's also worth recognizing that not all algorithms are adversaries. With careful curation, some can become allies, recommending high-quality sources, surfacing useful reminders, or helping you monitor progress. The key is to set them up and train them consciously, not passively accept whatever default feed they provide. Once you've stabilized both the human and digital observers around you, your field is far cleaner. But stability is only part of the equation. The next challenge is deciding which signals to track consistently, because if you measure the wrong things, all this clarity will be wasted. That's the next step. You've tuned your social field and tamed the digital drift. Now the question becomes, how do you decide which numbers, signals, or milestones deserve your constant attention? This is where scoreboards come in, visible markers of progress that keep your observer oriented toward what actually moves you forward. But the wrong scoreboard can be as dangerous as no scoreboard at all. A scoreboard isn't just a metric, it's a focal point. It tells your predictive brain, this is what matters. This is what success looks like. The danger is that once you start tracking a number, you will unconsciously begin optimizing for it, even if it's not the most important driver of your actual goal. This is why vanity metrics like views, vague productivity hours, can quietly hijack your behavior. The first principle of choosing a scoreboard is direct relevance. The metric should be a leading indicator of the outcome you want, not just a lagging reflection of it. If your goal is fitness, minutes of quality training are a better scoreboard than the number on the scale, because the latter fluctuates due to factors outside your control. If your goal is sales, meaningful conversations with qualified prospects beat total emails sent. The second principle is controllability. You should be able to influence the scoreboard directly through your actions. Tracking total market demand is interesting but not something you can personally change day to day. Tracking outreach you initiate is actionable. The third principle is simplicity. The best scoreboards can be understood at a glance. If you have to calculate, cross-reference, or interpret too much, you'll stop looking at it regularly, and the power of immediate feedback will vanish. A fourth principle is balance. If you only track one metric, you risk over-optimizing for it at the expense of other important factors. Pairing your primary scoreboard with a health metric ensures you're not making progress in one area while eroding another. For example, if you track output speed, your health metric might track quality or error rates. Once you've chosen the right scoreboard, placement matters. It should be somewhere you can't miss it, on your desk, in your workspace, in the header of your daily notes. Your observer should encounter it multiple times a day without needing to go search for it. And your scoreboard should be alive, not static. If a metric stops driving useful behavior, retire it and replace it with one that reflects your current focus. This keeps the system from going stale and turning into another ignored dashboard. A well-chosen scoreboard works because it keeps your attention fixed on controllable, high-impact behaviors. But to truly harness its power, you need to stop fearing friction and failure when they show up on that scoreboard. Instead, you can turn them into raw material for growth, and that's where we go next. Most people treat friction, delays, obstacles, errors as something to eliminate. But for a well-trained observer, friction is data. It's an opportunity to see exactly where a process bends, where assumptions fail, and where strengths turn into weaknesses. An anti-fragile observer doesn't just survive these moments. It gets sharper because of them. The shift begins by redefining friction from problem to signal. If a particular task consistently feels heavy, that's your system telling you the setup is wrong. Maybe the cue is too vague, the environment is poorly shaped, or the energy demand is too high for that time of day. If an interaction repeatedly derails focus, that's a signal to reframe boundaries or redesign workflows. The first step is to catch friction in real time. Most people only notice it in retrospect, after frustration has already built. Train your observer to note the first signs: a pause, a spike in tension, a string of small errors, and tag them as points of investigation. Next, record friction events alongside your scoreboard data. For example, if your scoreboard is daily deep work blocks, note the specific point each block gets interrupted or loses momentum. Over a week, patterns emerge, certain times, certain tools, certain people, allowing you to adjust systematically rather than guessing. The third move is deliberate stress testing. This means introducing controlled amounts of challenge to expose weak points before they matter. Change the order of steps, tighten a deadline, or try working without a usual tool. The observer records how the system responds, revealing where resilience is high and where it's fragile. The fourth is adaptation. Once you've identified a friction source, experiment with adjustments, environmental changes, different cues, or altered sequencing. This is where your earlier micro-experiment skills pay off. The anti-fragile observer doesn't just endure the test. It uses the result to evolve the system. An important distinction: anti-fragility isn't the same as seeking constant struggle. You don't want random chaos. You want intentional, measurable challenges. The goal is to build a system that benefits from moderate stress but doesn't collapse under it. Over time, your observer becomes less reactive and more proactive. Instead of avoiding friction, you invite it in small, safe doses, each one making the system stronger. And when real, unplanned obstacles hit, your observer is already trained to process them as information rather than as a threat. With this mindset, every obstacle is a potential upgrade. And this sets you up perfectly for the next concept: learning to see your choices as multiple potential paths existing at once, and keeping more of them alive until the right moment to commit. That's next. Your observer has learned to handle friction as fuel, and now it's time to look at how it handles choices, specifically the space between them. Too often, decisions are made too early, collapsing all other possibilities before enough data is in. In quantum physics, there's a concept called superposition, where a particle exists in multiple potential states until it's measured. While we're not applying the physics literally here, the metaphor is powerful for thinking about decisions in life. A possibility space is the range of actions, outcomes, and scenarios available to you before you commit to a single one. The danger is that impatience, external pressure, or bias can force a premature collapse. When this happens, your observer shuts down the exploration of alternatives and locks onto a path that might not be the optimal one. The first step in working with possibility space is recognizing when you're in it. That's the period where you're gathering inputs, noticing signals, and testing small moves without making irreversible commitments. In this phase, your job isn't to choose, it's to keep observing and to widen the field of options. Maintaining a healthy possibility space requires resisting the pull of false urgency. Many choices feel time-sensitive when they're not. Your observer needs to be trained to separate real deadlines from manufactured ones. This might mean asking, if I wait 48 hours, will the quality of this decision improve? If the answer is yes, you stay in the space. The second skill is structured exploration. This is where your earlier micro-experiment habits come into play. Instead of trying to evaluate options in the abstract, you run small, reversible tests in parallel to see which paths show the strongest early signals. The third is active pruning. Possibility space isn't about keeping everything open forever. It's about keeping the right things open long enough to make a better choice. As you collect data, you deliberately drop low-potential branches to focus more energy on the promising ones. The fourth is managing attention within the space. Without focus, possibility space turns into overwhelm, a blur of too many variables. Your observer must hold a clear frame. I am exploring X, Y, and Z. I am ignoring A, B, and C for now. When you can treat decisions as temporary superpositions, you give yourself more room to adapt to new information. This flexibility not only increases the odds of a better outcome, it reduces the emotional stress of choosing. You don't feel like you're making irreversible bets every time you act. But possibility can't stay open forever. There comes a point when you need to collapse the wave and commit to a single path. The skill then is knowing when that moment has arrived, and that's the next move. Leaving options open has value, but so does decisive action. If you stay in possibility space too long, opportunities pass, resources drain, and momentum fades. The challenge is identifying the optimal window to commit, the point where waiting longer stops adding useful information and starts costing you progress. The first indicator of a decision window is information saturation. This is when new inputs stop significantly altering your probability estimates for each option. If the last 3 data points haven't shifted your rankings, you're likely at the point of diminishing returns. The second indicator is alignment of signals. If multiple sources, your interoceptive cues, your external data, your micro-experiments, are all pointing in the same direction, that's often a strong sign the window is open. The third is opportunity timing. Some paths have natural expiration dates. Your observer's role is to track these without letting them create false urgency. A genuine time constraint, like a funding deadline or a seasonal market shift, means you factor timing into your decision equation. The fourth is readiness check. Even if the option looks optimal, you assess whether your systems, environment, and state are ready to support it. Committing without readiness often leads to friction that could have been avoided with a slight delay. When you do commit, you collapse the other branches fully. This means redirecting attention, resources, and energy to the chosen path, and removing leftover cues that might pull you back into reconsideration mode. A half commitment keeps your observer split, and a split observer delivers weaker results. A well-timed collapse feels different. It carries a sense of clarity and relief rather than panic or hesitation. That's because your observer knows it has seen enough of the field to choose with confidence. But once you're on a path, another decision emerges. How much time do you spend exploiting that choice versus exploring for the next one? That balance is the next layer to master. Once a path is chosen, your observer's challenge shifts. Do you keep searching for alternatives? Or do you double down on making the chosen path yield maximum return? This is the classic tension between exploration, seeking new options, and exploitation, maximizing known winners. Too much exploration, and you never fully benefit from what you've found. Too much exploitation, and you risk missing better opportunities. The Goldilocks zone lies in a mix that changes over time. Early in a project or pursuit, exploration should dominate. You're still mapping the terrain, running experiments, and learning what works. Your observer needs to keep the possibility space wide and sample broadly. As stronger patterns emerge, you shift toward exploitation, focusing more energy and resources on the highest performing options. Here, your observer tunes its spotlight to refine processes, remove inefficiencies, and deepen expertise. This is where momentum builds fastest. The art lies in knowing when to rebalance. Even in mature systems, the environment can change, markets shift, tools evolve, new constraints appear. If you've overcommit to exploitation, you may miss these signals until it's too late. That's why a small but steady stream of exploration, say 10 to 20% of your time, should remain in place as a safeguard. One practical approach is time partitioning. Allocate specific blocks or days to exploration and others to exploitation. This prevents the constant internal debate about whether you should be trying something new or pushing what you've already built. Your scoreboard can help you track the balance. If you see diminishing returns on your main metric, that's a cue to tilt the mix back toward exploration. Conversely, if you're generating interesting ideas but nothing is scaling, it's time to exploit more aggressively. Maintaining this dynamic balance keeps your observer nimble. It's never so locked into the current system that it becomes blind to new openings, and never so obsessed with novelty that it fails to extract value from proven systems. But to make this adaptive balance truly work, your observer has to be able to update its understanding quickly. And that brings us to the next capability, living in a constant, lightweight state of belief revision. Every decision your observer makes rests on a mental model, a set of beliefs about how the world works and what's likely to happen next. The problem is that many people treat these models as fixed truths. Once formed, they resist change even in the face of strong new evidence. This rigidity slows adaptation and locks you into outdated strategies. Bayesian living is the practice of treating beliefs as probabilities rather than absolutes, and updating them whenever new data arrives. In Bayesian statistics, you start with a prior belief, gather evidence, and adjust your belief up or down based on the strength of that evidence. The same approach works for your personal and professional decision-making. Here's how it looks in practice. You might believe that a certain sales channel has a 70% chance of being your best growth lever. That's your prior. Then you run an experiment and see that early results are weaker than expected. Instead of clinging to the original figure or abandoning it completely, you adjust. Maybe now you estimate it at 50% and decide whether it's still worth testing. The key is to update continuously and proportionally. Small bits of evidence should cause small shifts. big, credible evidence should cause larger jumps. This avoids the twin errors of overreacting to noise and underreacting to real signal. Your observer's role here is twofold. Notice new evidence and interpret it without bias. This means checking the source, context, and quality of the data before making an adjustment. It also means resisting the urge to protect ego or identity by ignoring inconvenient facts. Over time, Bayesian living turns belief revision into a habit. You stop feeling threatened by being wrong, because being wrong simply means you now have better information than before. Your observer becomes less attached to its past predictions and more excited about refining its model. This agility compounds. Each update makes your mental model more accurate, which improves your decisions, which generates better results, which produces more high-quality evidence to update from. And when your models are accurate and flexible, you're in the best position to notice and create those seemingly lucky breaks that others mistake for chance. That's the skill we tackle next. Luck is often seen as something random, outside of your influence. But from your observer's perspective, luck is just the intersection of prepared attention and opportunity. Most people miss lucky breaks not because those breaks didn't happen, but because they weren't tuned to notice them, or they weren't in the places where those breaks were most likely to occur. Designing luck is about deliberately increasing your serendipity surface area, the number of intersections between your prepared mind and potential opportunities. This isn't about chasing every possible event or contact. It's about putting yourself, consistently, in high-opportunity contexts with your observer switched on. The first lever is variety of exposure. If your daily inputs are narrow, same people, same information channels, same routines, you'll keep encountering the same set of opportunities. Expanding your inputs means attending different kinds of events, engaging in diverse communities, and following information sources outside your usual field. Each variation gives your observer a new chance to spot useful patterns. The second lever is visibility. You can't attract opportunities if no one knows what you're looking for or what you can offer. This means sharing your work, your thinking, and your questions more openly. The more visible your signals, the more likely they'll intersect with someone else's problem you can solve or solution you can use. The third lever is responsiveness. Opportunities often have short half-lives. Your observer needs to be trained to recognize a high-potential signal and act quickly. This doesn't mean saying yes to everything. It means having a clear filter for deciding, in minutes, whether something meets your threshold for engagement. The fourth lever is compounding. The more opportunities you act on successfully, the more your network and reputation generate further opportunities. This creates a feedback loop where your serendipity surface grows organically over time. Tracking serendipity is surprisingly effective. Keep a log of chance encounters, unexpected offers, or random insights that proved useful. Over months, patterns will emerge, specific contexts or behaviors that produce more luck than others. Your observer can then prioritize these in your routine. When designed well, luck stops feeling random and starts feeling inevitable, because you've built the conditions for it to appear often. And once you've opened the door to more opportunities, the next challenge is knowing how to enter the mental state that lets you perform at your absolute best when they arrive. That's where we go next. Opportunities are worthless if you meet them in a distracted, half-engaged state. Flow, a state of complete immersion and effortless focus, is where your observer and your actions are perfectly aligned. But flow rarely happens by accident. It has triggers, and your job is to set those triggers intentionally so you can enter peak states more reliably. The first requirement for flow is a clear, specific goal. Your observer works best when it knows exactly what success in the next block of time looks like. Ambiguity kills flow before it starts. Define the target in terms of tangible actions, not vague intentions. The second requirement is immediate feedback. Your observer needs to know whether you're on track in real time. This is why scoreboards and small milestones are so important. They provide the constant adjustment signals that keep you engaged. The third requirement is a challenge-skill balance. If the task is too easy, boredom sets in. Too hard, and anxiety takes over. Flow lives in the zone where the challenge stretches your ability but doesn't overwhelm it. This is where friction is stimulating, not discouraging. Entry ramps are the conditions you design to trigger this state. These can be environmental, such as a dedicated space with specific sensory cues, or procedural, like a warm-up ritual that tells your mind it's time to engage. This might involve reviewing a cue card of your primary goals, running a short breathing sequence, or starting with a quick win to generate momentum. Distraction control is non-negotiable. Flow requires an uninterrupted channel of attention. Your observer must actively remove or block interruptions before beginning. Even small alerts or background chatter can prevent the deep immersion needed for flow. Tracking flow sessions builds self-awareness. Log start and end times, quality of focus, and any environmental or internal factors present. Over time, patterns will reveal your most reliable triggers and your biggest obstacles. Once you can enter flow more consistently, the next step is to chain these high-quality states together through linked habits, so even on rough days, your observer stays engaged and effective. That's the next layer to build. Once you can reliably enter flow, the next advantage is keeping momentum going by linking habits so that one naturally triggers the next. This is attention stacking, the art of designing a chain of actions where each step automatically cues the following step, without requiring constant conscious effort. The observer's role here is to set the initial conditions, then allow the sequence to run. Attention stacking works because your brain is built for pattern completion. When one action consistently follows another, the connection between them strengthens, until starting the first makes it feel incomplete not to do the second. Over time, the whole chain becomes one cognitive unit. The process begins with anchor habits, routines you already do consistently without much resistance. These could be as simple as making coffee in the morning, opening your laptop at your desk, or reviewing a daily log at a set time. The anchor is not the goal in itself. It's the launchpad. Next, you attach a new habit to the anchor. The key is proximity both in time and in location. If you want to begin a morning reading practice, you might place the book directly next to the coffee machine so that it's in hand the moment your coffee is ready. If you want to start a brief review of your scoreboard, you might keep it open on your screen as soon as you power on your computer. You then continue stacking. Each habit becomes the anchor for the next. For example, coffee reading, quick reflection note, plan first task, block notifications. The entire chain runs smoothly because it's built on the momentum of the previous action. The observer's task is to periodically check the integrity of the chain. Are all links still serving the larger goal? Has a link become so friction-heavy that it breaks the sequence? This review keeps the system alive instead of letting it calcify into a stale routine. The beauty of attention stacking is that once built, it reduces decision fatigue dramatically. Instead of asking, "What should I do next?" the sequence pulls you forward naturally. And when life interrupts, you don't have to rebuild from scratch. You simply rejoin the chain at the next available link. With a well-built stack, even challenging days still produce meaningful output because the system carries you. But to sustain this over time, you must also protect the energy that fuels your observer, something we handle in the next stage. A highly trained observer is only as effective as the energy it has to work with. Attention is not just a cognitive resource. It's deeply tied to physiological cycles. Most people are familiar with circadian rhythms, the roughly 24-hour cycles tied to light and dark. But within that daily rhythm, your body also runs ultradian cycles of about 90 to 120 minutes, where energy naturally rises and falls. If you ignore these rhythms, pushing through dips, skipping rest, you degrade the quality of observation and decision-making. Mistakes increase, focus fractures, and emotional reactivity spikes. Respecting them means structuring work in alignment with natural peaks and using the valleys for recovery. The first step is tracking. For a week, note when you feel most focused and when your energy dips. Over time, you'll see clear patterns that rarely change much unless you shift sleep or nutrition significantly. Once you've mapped your peaks, place your most demanding observation work, decision-making, creative problem-solving, strategic thinking inside these windows. Less demanding, more automatic tasks can fill the lower energy zones. The second step is building in micro-recovery during dips. This doesn't mean scrolling through distractions that flood the brain with noise. It means brief activities that restore energy without taxing attention. This could be stepping outside for fresh air, light movement, or a short eyes-closed reset. Even 5 minutes can be enough to begin the next cycle sharper. The third step is hydration and nutrition alignment. Energy rhythms are influenced by blood sugar stability and hydration. A trained observer doesn't just manage information, it manages the conditions that keep the brain's measurement system sharp. Finally, your observer should track recovery quality, not just duration. 10 minutes of mindful breath or genuine rest can be far more restorative than an hour of fragmented break time spent half engaged in digital noise. When your schedule matches your body's natural flow, you reduce the amount of willpower needed to maintain focus. The result? Your observer can sustain accuracy over longer stretches without burning out. And with energy stabilized, it's time to refresh the cues that keep your observer's attention sharp before they fade into the background. That's what comes next. Energy rhythms are mapped and you're stacking habits. Now you need the glue that makes good behavior trigger itself even when motivation is ordinary. Cues and anchors are that glue. A cue is a precise signal that says, "Start now." An anchor is a ritualized object, phrase, posture, or place that holds your observer steady when the world starts pulling. Together they make priorities visible at the exact moment choice happens. And that is where wins are decided. Why do cues matter so much? Because most misses are not failures of intention. They are failures of detection. The opportunity to act flashes past and your system doesn't notice in time. A crisp cue turns a blurry moment into a bell. Your observer hears it and moves. Good cues are concrete, local, and binary. Concrete means tangible. A sticky note on the keyboard, a water bottle positioned on the left side of the desk, a calendar alert with a single verb. Local means the cue lives exactly where the decision happens, not 3 screens away. Binary means it produces a clear yes or no, not a debate. Anchors complement cues by stabilizing state. Think of an anchor as a portable context switch. When you pick up the same pen, open the same document template, or sit in the same chair for a given task, your nervous system recognizes the pattern and loads the script. You eliminate pricey warm-up time because the anchor compresses setup into seconds. You also protect attention when stress spikes. The anchor gives your observer something to hold while emotion passes. Design begins with an audit. Trace the path of a typical day and mark the points where behavior drifts. Where is the first wrong turn? Where does the phone steal a glance? Where does a quick check become 20 minutes? Each friction point deserves a cue that flips the switch before drift accelerates. Pair each high-value behavior with a nearby anchor, an object laid out beforehand, a physical stance, a single sentence said softly to yourself. Keep everything small enough to execute while tired. Consistency beats creativity. Many people keep reinventing cues because novelty feels exciting. But novelty is the enemy of recognition. Choose a few signals and repeat them until they become automatic. The goal is instant recognition, not aesthetic variety. You can even standardize your verbs. Start, ship, review, restore. These words are tiny anchors. They guide your observer toward action rather than debate. Make misfires measurable. If a cue fires and you ignore it, log a simple skip mark. This is not for shame. It is for diagnosis. Are you skipping because the cue is weak, the timing is off, or the task is missized? Adjust the design. Shift the hour. Shrink the first step. Move the cue 6 inches to the left so your eyes hit it first. The smallest relocation can save hours across a month. Stack the sensory channels. Visual cues do the heavy lifting, but sound, touch, and smell can help. A soft chime that only rings before a deep work block. A textured bracelet you rotate when entering focus. A single scent you reserve for study. Multisensory anchors are powerful because they recruit more neural pathways, giving your observer multiple ways to recognize this matters now. Protect anchors from dilution. If the same mug is used for late-night scrolling and morning planning, the association muddies. Assign objects to single purposes. Guard places too. If a chair is for writing, do not open messaging there. This small discipline preserves the meaning of the anchor so the state loads cleanly. Pair cues with if then links to close the loop. If I sit at the white chair, then I open the draft document. If the 10 o'clock bell rings, then I begin the first focus block. Link the physical with the procedural and your observer stops burning fuel on choices that should be automatic. Each completed loop also strengthens identity. I am the kind of person who responds to my own signals. Use anchors to exit, not only to enter. Many poor decisions happen at endings. One more scroll, one more email, one more snack. Create shutdown anchors. A closing sentence you type, a desktop reset, a brief walk to mark the end. Ending well protects the next start. Social anchors matter. A weekly check-in with a friend at a precise time can become a lighthouse for your priorities. Keep it short and consistent. The power isn't in long conversations. It's in the non-negotiable cadence that keeps your observer honest. Expect cue fatigue. Over months, the brain stops seeing the familiar. Solve this with gentle rotation. Keep the function constant but refresh the form. Move the card, swap the object's color, change the phrasing while keeping the same verb. Treat updates like changing guitar strings. Small maintenance to restore clarity. Finally, tie cues and anchors back to your scoreboards. When a signal fires, the next mark should be obvious. A tick, a count, a yes. This closes feedback quickly and gives your predictive brain the evidence it craves. Nothing is more motivating than watching clean loops accumulate. Treat every cue like a small switch, and every anchor like a handle you can grip in storms. Cues and anchors are not decorations. They are levers that move days. Build them once, maintain them lightly, and they will pay rent in every routine you care about. With signal strength restored, your observer will catch more openings, waste fewer peaks, and recover faster from dips. You've made attention visible and repeatable. Next, we will combine desire with reality in a disciplined way that turns wanting into movement without self-deception. That upgrade is mental contrasting, and it's the missing ingredient that keeps ambition honest and execution alive. You've built cues and anchors that make action visible. Now give desire a structure that converts it into motion without self-deception. Mental contrasting means holding two images at once. The outcome you want and the present reality that could block it. The gap between them creates productive tension. You resolve that tension with a small, concrete plan. When fantasy monopolizes attention, you get a sugar rush with no work. When pessimism monopolizes attention, you lower your sights until ambition dries up. This tool keeps hope honest and keeps effort aimed where change accumulates daily steadily. Begin with a single near-term outcome stated plainly. Make it verifiable so your scoreboard can confirm it later. Send the proposal by 4 p.m. Complete one uninterrupted work block after lunch Monday to Friday. Publish a 2-paragraph update by Thursday. Then ask yourself briefly why this outcome matters today. Not a grand speech. A clear purpose you can repeat under pressure. Purpose gives friction somewhere to land. Next, name the real obstacles that appear in your actual life. Pick the common culprits, not cinematic disasters. Afternoon dip. Chat pings. Ruminating on sentence 2. Client calls at random. Limit yourself to the top 2 or 3. The method works because it respects limits. Endless lists paralyze the observer and invite delay. Now fuse the two halves with if-then links that predecide behavior at the moment of risk. If it's 1:55 p.m. and energy is low, then I stand, walk 3 minutes, drink water, and start the block at 2 o'clock. If chat opens, then I type one line in the document before replying. If rumination stalls me at sentence 2, then I write a placeholder and continue. The point is not poetry. The point is a reflex you can execute while tired. Rehearse the sequence once, quickly. See the cue, feel the obstacle rising, watch yourself perform the response. End the mental clip with a small, real win. 1 paragraph written, 1 block started, 1 send button pressed. This primes your predictive brain to expect the obstacle and expect you to act. Expectation becomes preparation, which becomes follow-through. Make the contrast visible. At the top of your daily note, write the outcome. Under it, write the obstacles and their responses in 2 short lines. Keep the card near your hands. Each time an obstacle appears, make a tiny mark for hit or miss. Do not elaborate. The value is the immediate loop. Cue appears, response fires, mark lands. Your observer loves short cycles because they keep learning fresh. This practice solves 3 problems at once. First, it prevents pleasant fantasies from consuming your attention budget. Wanting feels like doing. Contrasting exposes the gap. Second, it normalizes friction. When the dip arrives, you're not surprised, so you waste less energy on complaint. Third, it collapses hesitation at decision points. You already chose the response when you were calm. Guard against 2 common errors. The first is grandiosity, bolting 5 sub-goals and 6 metrics onto a single outcome. Complexity kills the reflex. Keep the outcome small enough to matter and simple enough to do. The second is cynicism, turning the obstacle list into a script for avoidance. Your goal is a balanced picture. Desire with eyes open. Anchor the ritual to identity. Right? I notice obstacles and move. Each recorded hit is a vote for that identity. Over days, your observer expects you to act in line with it, which makes the response trigger faster next time. Identity teaches attention where to land. Match the contrast to your energy rhythm. On low-resource days, shrink the outcome and lighten the response. On high-resource days, raise the demand. This prevents the method from becoming punitive and keeps cooperation between design and biology. Scale the horizon. Use a micro-contrast for 1 block today, a weekly contrast for a single deliverable, and a seasonal contrast for 1 theme. The structure is invariant. Outcome, obstacles, responses, record. Only the granularity changes. Big ambitions become chains of small contrasts that can actually be completed. Share selectively for clean accountability. A short message to a trusted peer, outcome X. If Y happens, I'll do Z, is enough. Avoid big declarations that reward performance over practice. Quiet promises backed by marks accumulate power without bending the truth. Expect boredom and welcome it. The method's magic is not novelty. It's reliability. After a few days, the ritual will feel plain. Keep the form and refresh the content. New outcome, current obstacles, crisp responses. Boring is a feature. It means the gear is built. When results disappoint, adjust the design instead of attacking your character. Ask, did I keep the outcome verifiable? Did I name the obstacles I actually face, or the ones that look impressive? Did my responses depend on heroic will, or on small moves I can execute when tired? Fix 1 element and run a 2-day test. Learning lives in short loops. There is ethical clarity here. You stop pretending that desire alone deserves reward. You stop punishing yourself for friction you could have anticipated. Confidence shifts from maybe to I know what to do when it gets hard, which is the only kind that lasts. Close the day with 3 lines. Outcome, met or not. Obstacles, which appeared. Responses, which fired. Tomorrow, 1 adjustment. That's it. Your predictive brain updates overnight. Your observer wakes up with cleaner expectations. Mental contrasting doesn't ask the universe for favors. It asks you for truth and a tiny plan. Desire points direction. Reality supplies constraints. Design provides the bridge. Walk it today, then build the next span tomorrow. You've turned motivation into method. The next risk is the moment your mind gets noisy under pressure and biases hijack perception. To keep your loop clean, next we will install a compact routine that snaps judgment back to accuracy within minutes. A 5-minute bias bust that protects hard-won clarity when the stakes rise. Mental contrasting turned desire into design. Now you need a fast way to keep that design intact when pressure bends your perception. Under heat, cognitive shortcuts rush in confirmation, availability, anchoring, loss aversion, and they tilt attention before your observer can object. You do not need a seminar to fight them. You need a compact routine that snaps judgment back to accuracy in 5 minutes or less, anywhere with whatever energy you have left. This is the bias bust. A timed, repeatable, start with a timer. The constraint matters. Open time invites rumination. A 5-minute box creates focus. This also keeps the ritual usable in real settings between calls, before a crucial reply, right after an unexpected turn. When the clock starts, your only job is to run the circuit, not to find perfect answers. The speed forces honesty. Minute 1. Name the stake. Write one clear sentence. The decision is X because I want Y. Stakes clarify standards. Without them, you will argue about everything and commit to nothing. Naming the stake also reveals whether the moment even deserves 5 minutes. If you cannot write a crisp sentence, you are probably reacting to noise. Close the tab and return to your scoreboard. Minute 2. Surface the default story. Your brain already wrote one. It might be triumphant, catastrophic, or defensive. Get it on paper in a single line. Now add the shadow line. A smart skeptic would say, you are not seeking collapse. You are installing contrast. 2 lines side by side expose where confirmation bias is pulling too hard. Minute 3. Check base rates. Ask, what usually happens in situations like this? This forces attention away from vivid anecdotes toward typical outcomes. If you do not have data, use a rough outside view. How often do similar pitches land? How often do similar habits stick? How often do similar delays matter? Even a blunt base rate rescues you from availability biases theater. Minute 4. Run a reversible move. Ask, what action could I take now that is cheap to reverse, yet would reveal real signal? Send a clarifying question. Draft the first paragraph. Block the next 40 minutes. Order a tiny sample. Anchoring bias loves to freeze you at the first number or first plan. A reversible move shakes the anchor without risking the ship. Action creates data that thought alone cannot supply. Minute 5. Set a checkpoint. Decide when you will reevaluate and what evidence would make you change course. Loss aversion makes people cling to sunk costs. A written checkpoint turns future you into a fair referee. At 4 p.m., if response A is absent, I will switch to plan B. The sentence becomes a small contract your observer can enforce. This circuit works because it attacks the shortcuts at their roots. Stakes cut through ambiguity. The paired stories expose confirmation. Base rates humble availability. Reversible actions disrupt anchoring. Checkpoints defang loss aversion. 5 minutes is long enough to tilt the moment back toward reality, short enough to use under strain. Refinements help. Keep a pocket card with the 5 prompts so you don't spend energy recalling them. Standardize your verbs to reduce friction. Decide, write, ask, start, schedule. Treat each pass as a micro-experiment and note which minute yields the biggest win in your domain. Some teams find the base rate minute transforms negotiations. Others discover the reversible move is the lever that always breaks stalemate. Expect resistance from ego. Biases often serve identity. I am the kind of person who is right. Replace that with a cleaner identity. I am the kind of person who updates fast. Each completed circuit is a vote for that identity. Over time, the 5-minute practice becomes not just a rescue tool but a style of thinking that shows up unprompted. You begin writing a stake sentence before meetings. Asking for base rates by reflex. Proposing the reversible move as the default path. Pair the bias bust with your measurement devices. Track usage count, outcome quality after use, and skips. If you avoided the circuit before a costly mistake, mark it. Patterns will reveal when you are most likely to forget the tool. Fatigue windows, specific counterparts, certain topics. Install cues there. A sticker on your laptop lid, a calendar emoji, a short tone. Make remembering easier than forgetting. Keep the ritual humane. The goal is not to turn every choice into a spreadsheet. It is to recover accuracy when it matters. Use it for high-stakes replies, fork-in-the-road decisions, and moments when emotion spikes. For trivial choices, trust your trained defaults and save the 5 minutes for a better target. There is an ethical dividend. A leader who runs this circuit becomes safer to follow. They do not bulldoze with certainty or wobble with panic. They show their work, accept updates, and commit with clarity. People relax around that behavior because it replaces theater with testable moves. In your own life, it collapses the gap between knowing better and doing better. Now you have a fast, repeatable way to clear distortion under pressure. Mental contrasting points you at the next move. The bias bust protects the truth of that move when the mind gets loud. You are ready to increase external reliability without anxiety. By rehearsing in public in a way that strengthens commitment while keeping shame out of the process. Next, we will set up accountability that feels like calibration, not punishment, so momentum compounds in the open without breaking your nerve. If you're mentoring others, teach the 5 prompts and time them together. Shared cadence builds calm, spreads better judgment, and normalizes evidence over ego without long lectures or performative debate everywhere. You now have a rapid bias routine that keeps decisions clean under pressure. The next advantage is harnessing accountability in a way that sharpens execution without triggering shame spirals. Many people avoid public commitment because they associate it with judgment, ridicule, or rigid expectations. The cure is not secrecy. It is better design. Rehearsal in public means sharing just enough of your process on a predictable cadence so your observer performs with steadiness instead of adrenaline. Start with a framing shift. Accountability is calibration. You are not asking others to police you. You are inviting a reference signal that keeps your loop honest. A musician rehearses scales in front of a teacher to refine timing and touch, not to earn permission to play. Treat your cadence the same way. Structured practice in the open that improves accuracy. Design begins with scope. Share the inputs you control and the lessons you learned, not grand outcomes that fluctuate beyond your reach. 3 deep work blocks completed, 2 kept promises, 1 obstacle mapped is clean. It focuses attention on behavior that compounds. It also protects your mood, because a bad external result does not erase an honest week of inputs. Next, choose a rhythm. Weekly is often ideal. Frequent enough to keep attention alive, spaced enough to avoid performative noise. Pick a day, pick a time, and keep it. Consistency teaches your predictive brain that review follows work. Select a small audience. 1 person is plenty. 3 is often perfect. Choose people who value evidence, not theater. The right partners ask concise questions and keep tone factual. Accountability should feel like craftsmanship, not court. Decide the format early. A 3-bullet note, a short call with the same 3 prompts, or a shared page with dated entries. Simplicity wins. The format should take under 10 minutes to produce because friction kills cadence. Your observer should be able to complete it without debate. Now specify your promise. A promise is a line you will cross before the next check-in. Make it small, visible, and tied to your scoreboards. Ship draft paragraph 3. Run 2 bias bust circuits before major replies. Retire 1 metric that no longer serves. Promises are not motivational slogans. They are measurable rehearsals of identity. Protect the rehearsal from ego by banning outcome theater. You are not required to look impressive. You are required to be honest. If a week misses, you state the miss, note the cause you believe is most responsible, and declare the smallest design change you will test. This normalizes iteration and starves shame. Your partners will mirror the tone you set. Integrate introception and state management. Begin each check-in with a 1-line self-rating of clarity and energy. This trains your observer to connect process quality with physiological state, and it prevents post-hoc storytelling from replacing the data. Over months, you will see patterns that let you plan bigger moves on weeks when your system runs hot. Use visibility to reinforce cues and anchors. Post a tiny artifact, a screenshot of a ticked scoreboard, a photo of the blank page that became words, a single sentence captured at shutdown. Artifacts turn your practice into evidence others can see, and evidence your own brain trusts. Keep the artifacts plain. Avoid polishing detours that waste time. To avoid anxiety spikes, separate identity from any single report. You are not the sum of last Tuesday. You are the curve across quarters. An accountability rhythm lets that curve become visible. Rehearsal in public also improves collaboration. When partners see your inputs and lessons, they can offer surgical help. A relevant connection, a sharper metric, a smarter test. Because the cadence is regular, you avoid emergency requests that stress relationships. You become easier to assist because your needs are clear and your timing is predictable. Set guardrails for the channel. If a thread turns into unhelpful comparison or criticism, reset norms. Concise evidence, constructive questions, zero sarcasm. You are not building a stage, you are building a lab bench that happens to be visible. Protect the bench and the work will flourish. Track the effect of accountability on performance. Note throughput, cycle times in periods with and without public rehearsal. Most see an immediate lift in follow-through and a gradual smoothing of volatility. If your anxiety rises instead, the fix is usually smaller promises and fewer spectators, not abandoning visibility altogether. Use quiet quarters. For a season of higher stakes, increase cadence, twice weekly 10-minute check-ins, then drop back to weekly when stability returns. This elasticity keeps pressure functional rather than suffocating. The goal is steady altitude, not white-knuckle flying. Avoid the vanity trap. Public dashboards can motivate, but they can also lure you into optimizing for applause. Keep a private ledger with stricter numbers than anything you share. When the private curve is healthy, the public curve will take care of itself. When feedback comes, treat it as optional upgrades, not verdicts. Say thank you, translate good suggestions into tests, ignore opinions that do not map to your scoreboards. Accountability fails when it becomes a proxy for taste. It succeeds when it feeds measured improvements. There is also a generosity loop. As you practice visible craftsmanship, you become a reference point for others. People borrow your prompts, copy your cadence, and bring you sharper questions. Teaching the rhythm strengthens your own use of it. Rehearsal in public is not humiliation. It is muscle memory developed in the open. Prevents drift, accelerates learning, and builds trust. And because it sits on top of your bias bust, your expectations stay realistic, your updates stay fast, and your promises stay small enough to keep. The compounding effect is subtle at first, then obvious. You now have a stable external scaffold that supports honest attention. That scaffold is held together by words, tiny strings of language that aim your focus, compress intention into action, and remove ambiguity at the exact moment you decide. Next, we will sharpen that language so your observer stops negotiating and starts moving. Your observer now has scaffolding in public and a cadence you can keep. The next upgrade is smaller than a tool and bigger than a habit. It is language. Words are the user interface for attention. Change the interface and you change what loads in working memory, which cues fire, and how cleanly follow-through happens. Sloppy language blurs goals. Precise language narrows the aperture until action is the only thing that fits. Treat every phrase you use as a control surface. Tap it and something opens. Swipe it and something closes. Work on it later opens an endless screen. Write the first paragraph at 3 o'clock, opens a single button you can press. The difference is microscopic in speech and enormous in behavior. Your observer reads the microsyntax in real time. Start with verbs. Weak verbs invite drift. Try hope, think about, maybe, should. Strong verbs compress intent. Start, ship, review, restore, close, ask, decide, learn. Place one strong verb at the front of a line and your predictive brain allocates resources instantly. Start the block. Ship the draft. Review the numbers. These are switches. Then constrain nouns. Do research is vapor. Collect 3 counterexamples from credible sources is concrete. Get healthier is fog. Walk 20 minutes before 9 a.m. is concrete. Specificity turns language into levers your observer can pull without debate. Vague phrasing hands decisions to fatigue, social pressure, and algorithms. Install done definitions. A task without an exit spec is a trap. Define done as a single observable fact. Sent, scheduled, uploaded, recorded, archived. If you cannot write a one-sentence done definition, the task is either too big or too fuzzy. Split or sharpen until done is a yes or a no, never a mood. Use constraint phrases that force scale to match the day. At least one. Within 15 minutes. No more than 2 attempts. Constraint language stops perfectionism from hijacking attention. It also rescues stalled tasks by lowering the activation energy to something your tired self can pay. Favor questions that aim attention rather than inflate anxiety. Why am I behind? Invites rumination. What is the first meaningful move? Invites action. What would disconfirm my favorite plan? Invites evidence. What can I finish before the next bell? Invites focus. Good questions are rails. Bad questions are swamps. Make status sentences short, objective, and current. Blocked by missing approval. Waiting on data from A. Green, 2 blocks complete. These lines keep teams aligned and prevent narrative creep. They also reduce the urge to protect ego with stories. The observer wants facts it can steer from, not speeches it must parse. Choose framing that preserves agency. I have no time signals helplessness. I have 90 minutes and will spend them on X returns control. They made me hurry yields resentment. I agreed to a tight window and will negotiate next time yields learning. Agency phrases tell the nervous system that action is possible, which lowers stress and increases precision. Adopt tiny mantras that compress whole protocols into 5 words. 1 block, then reassess. Start messy, refine later. Tight loop, fast update. Run the card. These lines reduce load in moments when bandwidth is scarce. Say them quietly and move. Handle emotion with naming, not fusing. Anger is present. Anxious spike at 2:10. Dread before call. Naming creates distance. The observer can read the data without turning it into identity. Follow a name with a verb. Breathe, walk, ask, pause. Label then act. Clean the calendar language that eats weeks. Replace meeting with decision or work block, whichever is true. Replace sync with deliverable review. Accept or fix. Replace catch up with the actual purpose. Each rename strips vagueness and raises the standard for whether the event should exist at all. Use because and so that to force reason. We track starts because starts predict throughput so that we ship weekly. The chain keeps your processes from becoming ritual without meaning. It also equips teammates to make the same calls when you are not there. Prefer active voice for ownership. I missed the window is fixable. The window was missed is fog. We will change the cue assigns action. Passive phrasing smears responsibility across the room until no one can grab it. Your observer performs best when ownership is explicit. Script 3 categories of sentences and keep them nearby. Start sentences. At 10 o'clock I begin with X. Troubleshoot sentences. If Y, then I do Z. Shut down sentences. Close the loop by writing 1 line in the log. Repeating the same skeleton daily creates speed. Variation lives in content, not in the structure. Guard against linguistic clutter. Overqualifying wastes attention. Probably if it's okay, I might. Cut filler until the sentence can lift weight. A good test is to read it aloud. If your mouth trips, your attention will too. Use language to protect boundaries kindly. I'm at capacity today. I can contribute Friday. For now, I'm focused on X. Send context and I'll review at noon. Short, firm, generous. The goal is not armor. It is clarity that prevents silent resentment and hidden rework. Calibrate with probabilities. 60% we can finish by Wednesday. If not, 90% by Friday. Percentages prevent the binary optimism/pessimism fight. They also train your team to think in updates rather than absolutes. Finally, make language measurable. Keep a 1-week tally. How many lines contain a strong verb, a done definition, or a time box? How many contain fog words? The ratio will predict your week. Improve the ratio and your throughput rises without extra hours. You have just sharpened the interface your observer uses all day. Cleaner verbs, tighter nouns, constraint phrases, explicit ownership. The effect is immediate. And because language is now a tool, it deserves a record. Next, we will build the simplest, strongest system for learning from your own choices. A decision journal that turns moments into evidence and evidence into upgrades. Your decision journal has started turning moments into data. Now you can put that data to even sharper use by choosing a single keystone metric for a season. This is the number that simplifies your focus, aligns your observer, and drowns out noise. While other numbers may still be tracked, they take second place to the keystone. It's the North Star for attention allocation. A keystone metric works because it compresses complexity into one point of measurement. When you know exactly what you're trying to move, choices become clearer, trade-offs faster, and distractions easier to spot. The wrong metric scatters your energy. The right one concentrates it until results compound. The first step is domain clarity. Decide which domain is most strategic to move right now: health, skill acquisition, revenue, network, creative output. Your decision journal should already reveal where leverage lives. If you notice that better mornings trigger every other metric to improve, your keystone might live there. If you see sales outcomes hinge on the number of meaningful conversations per week, that's your candidate. Next, define the metric in hard terms. Get better at writing is vague. Complete 12 high-quality articles this quarter is specific. Improve client satisfaction is fog. Achieve an average 4.7/5 satisfaction score on post-project surveys is sharp. The number must be measurable, regularly checkable, and relevant to actual outcomes. Now confirm that moving this metric will indirectly improve other important measures. A true keystone lifts multiple boats. Increasing deep work hours might boost both creative output and error reduction. Improving sleep quality could raise mood, focus, and decision speed. This ripple effect is what earns the metric its status. Choose a time horizon, usually 1 quarter. Too short and you don't see compound effects. Too long and you lose urgency. Commit to reviewing progress at fixed intervals. Weekly is ideal to keep the metric alive in attention. Integrate the metric into daily cues. Put it where you can't miss it. At the top of your scoreboard, on your whiteboard, pinned in your planner. Let it be the first number you check and the last you review before shutdown. This constant visibility makes it a filter. Every new opportunity or task is weighed against its likely effect on that number. When reviewing, track both the number itself and the inputs that feed it. If your keystone is new qualified leads per week, inputs might be outreach emails, referrals requested, and follow-ups completed. If progress stalls, adjust inputs before abandoning the metric. Guard against metric drift. Sometimes enthusiasm for the number turns into gaming it, hitting the target without improving the underlying reality. Keep a few sanity checks from your decision journal to ensure the metric is still serving the true goal. Be ready to retire the metric at season's end. The value of a keystone is in focus, and focus means rotation. Once it has served its purpose or is no longer the highest leverage move, replace it with the next strategic target. Clinging too long turns the North Star into a ceiling. With a keystone in place, your observer has a single gravitational pull guiding its attention. But with great focus comes great responsibility, especially when your ability to shape outcomes grows. Next, we will look at the ethics of wielding that power without crossing into manipulation or fantasy. By now, you have a trained observer that can aim attention, filter signal from noise, and steer results with increasing precision. This is real power, but without an ethical frame, it risks sliding into manipulation, self-deception, or the kind of magical thinking that collapses under pressure. Ethics here is not an abstract lecture. It's a set of guardrails that keep your practice effective and clean. The first guardrail is truth alignment. The observer's strength comes from accurate measurement, not pleasant stories. When accuracy conflicts with comfort, accuracy wins. This means resisting the temptation to smooth over bad data or ignore contradictory evidence because it threatens your plan. Your decision journal, bias bust, and keystone metric are tools to keep you anchored. The second guardrail is consent in influence. Observation changes what's observed, not just in physics metaphors but in human interaction. When you direct attention toward another person, you can shift their mood, focus, and decisions. The ethical use of that power requires ensuring they are willing participants in the process. Influence offered transparently builds trust. Influence applied covertly corrodes it. Third is humility about causality. Your upgraded observer will correlate its shifts with changes in external results. Some of those links will be real, others will be coincidence. Without humility, you risk overclaiming control and making decisions from false confidence. The remedy is keeping a possible factors column in your reviews, so you stay aware of other forces at play. Fourth is the rejection of magical thinking. While the metaphor of quantum observation is a powerful teaching tool, the universe is not a wish-granting machine. The observer effect in physics has limits, and so does the practical observer in life. Expecting reality to bend without aligned action invites frustration and erodes credibility. The practice here is grounded in evidence, habits, and repeatable design. Fifth is stewardship over spillover effects. When you sharpen your focus, you will inevitably neglect some areas. Sometimes that's fine. Sometimes it causes harm. If your keystone metric drives business growth but degrades health or relationships, your system is out of balance. Regular whole-life scans prevent you from winning narrowly while losing broadly. Sixth is protecting others' agency. Upgrading your observer will give you more persuasive presence, and people may begin following your lead without questioning it. That makes it your job to encourage their own observation skills rather than fostering dependency. A healthy influence leaves others sharper, not just more compliant. Seventh is transparency about limits. Whether in personal life or leadership, acknowledge what you cannot measure, what you do not know, and where your tools might fail. This prevents the kind of overreach that damages trust when reality inevitably resists. Finally, ethics demands continuous reflection. Build a brief ethical checkpoint into your weekly review. Is my observation serving my stated values? Am I using these tools in a way that leaves situations and people better? Even a single yes or no answer here can course-correct months of drift. Operating within these guardrails does not blunt your power, it refines it. A clean practice magnifies trust, which expands access to better opportunities, which in turn gives your observer more material to work with. And with ethics set, you can now prepare for the predictable traps that even seasoned observers fall into, and learn how to step over them without breaking stride. That's where we go next. Your observer is now backed by an ethical frame. But no matter how clean your intentions, there are hazards that pull skilled practitioners off course. These pitfalls are subtle because they often masquerade as progress. Map them now so your attention can spot and sidestep them before they pull you into weeks or years of drift. The first hazard is pseudoscience. This series began with the promise of separating the real observer effect in physics from the metaphor we use for practical life. As your skills grow, you'll encounter seductive claims that dress up wishful thinking in scientific vocabulary. The danger is not just being wrong, it's building your system on shaky ground and losing it when the ground collapses. Protect yourself by keeping your core methods falsifiable. If no possible evidence could prove a claim wrong, it doesn't belong in your observer's toolkit. Next is survivorship bias. You will hear from people who say, "I focused like this and everything worked." They may be sincere, but you're only seeing the winners. Countless others used the same approach and failed, you just don't hear from them. Your decision journal inoculates against this by collecting your own data, not outsourcing belief to curated success stories. The ego trap comes when the observer becomes part of your identity in a way that resists updating. You start to think of yourself as the kind of person who always sees clearly, which makes it harder to admit when you miss. The cure is humility as a skill. Schedule moments where you deliberately seek disconfirming feedback and take it without defense. Another pitfall is over-optimization. With your tools humming, you may begin chasing marginal gains in areas that don't matter while ignoring bigger, messier moves that could change the game. The pitfall map needs a label here. Check leverage before tuning. A 10% improvement in a low-impact metric is often worthless compared to a small shift in a high-impact one. Then there's the allure of infinite tweaking. You upgrade your language, your metrics, your cues, but never actually commit to a long enough stretch to see results. This is motion without momentum. The fix is to lock designs for a minimum period, usually a full season, before making major changes. One more hazard: neglecting recovery. An observer that's always on starts reading noise as signal. Fatigue shrinks your ability to filter accurately, and poor filtering will erode every other tool. Build fatigue checks into your review. If error rates or reactivity climb, you don't need more tools, you need a reset. Finally, beware of teaching prematurely. Sharing your system can clarify your thinking, but teaching as a performance, before you've pressure-tested your methods, can lock you into public claims you later hesitate to revise. Share processes with clear disclaimers, not as gospel. These pitfalls are not failures. They're features of a complex practice that needs periodic debugging. Mark them on your mental map and review them quarterly. That way, when one starts to show up, you can course-correct quickly instead of rebuilding from scratch. With the map drawn, we can now plan for what to do when the observer is not sharp, not because of traps, but because of wear. That takes us to a practical set of repair protocols for a tired observer. Even the most skilled observer has a limit. Fatigue, stress, and overload shrink the gap between noticing and reacting. And when that gap closes, your ability to measure cleanly collapses. The goal here is not to avoid all tiredness, that's impossible, but to detect it early and run a repair protocol before it becomes your default state. The first repair step is recognition. Most people only notice fatigue when performance has already dropped. Instead, track early markers. More frequent rereading of the same line, rising irritability, repeated small errors, or loss of patience with your own tools. These are not moral failings, they're system alerts. Once you've caught the signal, the next step is state reset. This can be as simple as a 90-second pause to shift physiology. Stand, change breathing pattern, look at a distant point to relax ocular muscles. A small reset often clears enough noise to decide whether you need a deeper recovery. If fatigue is moderate, deploy a micro-recovery loop, 10 minutes away from active input, ideally with movement and no screens. Walking outside, stretching, or doing a non-cognitive task signals the nervous system to stop guarding and start replenishing. For deeper fatigue, you need a structured shutdown. This means ending input for the day on purpose, not drifting into collapse. Mark an intentional stop, log the state, and choose the first action for tomorrow. This protects the next day's observer from starting blurry. Nutrition and hydration matter more here than in peak states. A tired brain burns through available fuel faster and becomes more sensitive to dips. Light, steady intake of water and low glycemic food can stabilize attention long enough to finish essentials without degrading decisions further. Sleep hygiene becomes critical. Fatigue is not just a momentary state, it compounds. Even one night of poor rest can distort measurement the next day. Use cues to protect pre-sleep routines. Dim lights, cut stimulating inputs, set a shutdown ritual. There's also the relational repair. Sometimes tiredness is emotional more than physical. Here, a short, focused conversation with someone who can listen without trying to fix things can clear bandwidth surprisingly fast. The key is containment, 15 minutes, not a spiraling hour. For chronic tiredness, step back and examine load versus recovery across weeks. Your keystone metric may even need to change temporarily to restore baseline energy, if every other goal depends on it. Lastly, have a bare minimum observer mode. When you're at 40% capacity, pick the smallest set of actions that keep your system from degrading. Maybe it's one decision journal entry, one bias bust, and one cue refresh. Preserve the skeleton until energy returns. Repair protocols make the difference between a temporary dip and a permanent slide. They keep the observer intact so that even on bad days you can measure enough signal to steer. With this resilience in place, you're ready to scale beyond yourself, into collective observation, where teams and cultures align their focus to change shared outcomes. That's where we head next. Your personal observer is stable, precise, and reparable. Now you can amplify its reach by linking it with others. Collective observation is the practice of aligning multiple observers, whether in a team, a family, or a community, so their combined attention becomes a force multiplier. When a group learns to aim attention together, outcomes shift faster and stay more stable under stress. The first element is shared language. Without a common vocabulary, each observer interprets events through private frames, and coordination suffers. Borrow from the language tools you've already installed, clear verbs, constraint phrases, and done definitions, and teach them explicitly. Shared terms are the connective tissue between observers. Next comes shared measurement. Just as you've chosen keystone metrics for yourself, a collective needs one or two numbers that signal progress everyone can see and influence. These should be lag measures tied to a clear leading behavior, so the group can act on something daily while tracking the larger result. Transparency is the third component. When observers hide data from each other, whether progress, setbacks, or blockers, the collective loses accuracy. This doesn't mean flooding everyone with raw information. It means curating the signal that matters and making it visible in real time. Dashboards, brief stand-up reports, or shared decision journals can do this without adding clutter. Then there's role clarity. In a collective, not every observer is watching the same slice of reality. Assigning domains, one person monitors external trends, another tracks operational flow, another checks morale, keeps attention sharp. Role rotation prevents tunnel vision and helps each member appreciate the whole system. Collective observation also needs bias checks. A group can fall into shared blind spots faster than an individual. Build a habit of having someone explicitly play bias auditor in key discussions, calling out when confirmation bias, availability bias, or groupthink starts steering the decision. Psychological safety underpins it all. If observers are punished for surfacing uncomfortable data, the group will train itself to ignore anything that challenges the plan. A culture that values accurate measurement over ego protection is rare and powerful. Leaders model it by admitting their own missed observations publicly. Finally, collective observation thrives on feedback loops. Weekly or monthly, the group should review not just results but the quality of observation itself. Were key signals caught early? Did we act on them effectively? Did we miss something others outside the group saw? This meta-review strengthens the entire field. A team trained in collective observation can respond to shifts faster, recover from errors quicker, and build trust that compounds over years. But even in a skilled group, influencing outcomes must be done with care. Next, we look at how to calibrate influence without crossing into force. Chapter 45. Negotiating reality, influence without force. Once observers align, the temptation is to push harder, to make others see what you see and act how you act. But raw force fractures trust and often triggers resistance, even when your measurement is accurate. Negotiating reality is the skill of influencing without coercion, guiding attention in a way that lets others keep agency. Start with calibration, not persuasion. Before you try to shift someone's focus, measure where their attention already sits. This prevents you from talking past them or misreading their readiness to change. Use questions to surface their current observations. What's the most important thing you're tracking right now? What signals are you seeing? Next, link your observations to theirs. People resist foreign frames but respond to extensions of their own. If they're watching cost, show how your signal connects to cost control. If they're tracking customer sentiment, tie your point to that metric. The observer accepts new data more readily when it's anchored in familiar territory. Offer perspectives as lenses, not verdicts. Instead of saying, "You're wrong," say, "Here's another angle I'm testing. What do you see?" This keeps the field open for joint observation rather than forcing one view to collapse prematurely. Pace before you lead. Match their rhythm, language, and scope before expanding it. If they're operating at a tactical level, don't open with abstract strategy. Start with immediate moves, then show the chain to the bigger picture. Respect timing. Even accurate observations can fail if delivered at the wrong moment, when the listener is overloaded, defensive, or in the middle of urgent action. The observer's skill here is patience. Hold the frame until the window opens. Make agreements about process, not just outcomes. Let's review this metric weekly and see if we notice the same shifts. Is more durable than "do it my way." A shared process creates shared evidence, which reduces the need for argument later. Avoid hidden manipulation. Using attention skills to get others to act in ways they haven't consented to can erode relationships, even if it works in the short term. Influence offered transparently builds both the result and the trust to sustain it. End with choice. After presenting your view and linking it to theirs, step back. Given what we've both seen, what feels like the next move to you? This preserves their ownership and increases the chance they'll follow through. Influence without force keeps the observer's integrity intact. It also sets the stage for others to adopt and adapt the practice themselves, which is exactly what you'll see in the case files that follow. Next, we turn to real-world examples where health, skill, and creativity shifted because the observer was upgraded. You just learned how to influence without force. Now the evidence gets practical. These case files are clean models, not real names or anecdotes. They show the observer at work in 3 arenas: health, skill, and creative output, using the exact tools you've been training: expectation setting, scoreboards, micro-experiments, introspection, if-then links, visualization of process, environmental edits, and honest review. No theatrics, just inputs, loops, and measurable shifts. Case file: health, baselines first. Starting point: erratic sleep, afternoon energy crashes, inconsistent training. Talking points and resolutions didn't change much because nothing was being measured where decisions happened. The observer renamed the goal from Get Fit to Complete 4 quality training sessions per week, then chose a keystone input: start time of each session. 1 visible scoreboard for empty boxes on a card sat beside the training shoes. Expectation setting 2.0 defines success behaviorally. Begin by 7:15 a.m. Minimum 20 minutes. Guardrail metric: morning resting heart rate to prevent overreach. Introspection added a body state check. Warm hands and steady breath signaled green. Tight jaw and shallow breathing signaled yellow. If yellow appeared at 7:10 a.m., the if then fired. If tension 5/10, then walk 3 minutes, sip water. Begin with 2 easy sets. Process visualization rehearse the entrance only. Lace shoes, press timer, do the first movement. Environment edits kept the mat in sight and the phone out of reach. After 14 days, adherence jumped because the loop began earlier and with less drama. Scoreboard showed 11 starts out of 14. Resting heart rate improved slightly, and the afternoon crash eased. The observer did not declare victory. It updated. The next micro-experiment shortened warm-ups on green days and extended them on yellow days. Over 8 weeks, average start time stabilized. Missed sessions became rare, and the keystone rippled. Better sleep windows, clearer mornings, steadier mood. Case file: skill retrieval over rereading. Starting point: hours studying a new domain with thin retention. The observer reframed input from hours read to retrieval attempts completed. Keystone metric for the season: 30 retrieval reps per week. Personal measurement device: a stack of index cards with 1 concept per side and a timestamp backside for self-testing. Bias busts caught the urge to choose cards that felt easy. A 5-minute circuit forced a base rate check. New concepts stick in 3 to 5 exposures. And a reversible move: attempt 2 difficult cards now, record accuracy. Implementation intentions linked cues to reps. If I open the laptop at 8:30, then I test 5 cards before checking messages. Micro-experiments compared morning versus evening reps. Data showed mornings yielded higher accuracy and faster recall. Environment acted as the editor again. Cards near the kettle, not on a shelf. A small stand at the desk so 1 concept stared back during writing. A lock on the phone during the first block. After 3 weeks, comprehension tests improved, but the bigger change was the feeling of speed. Decisions in that domain carried less hesitation because the brain had practiced pulling facts forward under realistic timing. The observer recorded misses not as failure but as map pins for the next day's first reps. After a quarter, the scoreboard told a simple story. Retrieval count up, time to answer down, confidence calibrated, not swaggering, not timid. Skill rose because measurement forced the right practice. Case file: creative start, don't stall. Starting point: drafts languishing at 80%. Perfectionism consuming the last mile. The observer changed the scoreboard from pieces finished to shipping windows hit. Then set a constraint: publish 2 micro-artifacts each week regardless of size. Done definitions were binary: public link posted or not posted. A language upgrade replaced fog. Polish became cut 20 words. Revise became fix 3 specific claims. A 7-minute mindfulness reset preceded polish passes to reduce reactivity to imperfections. Process visualization rehearsed the final click, copy intro line, paste into platform, press publish, log 1 sentence in the decision journal. Fear spikes were treated as data. Introspection caught the microtremor just before publishing. The if then fired: if pulse rises, then exhale for 6 counts, scan headline once, ship. A bias bust at minute 3 asked for a reversible move. If this post is wrong, what small correction would I issue? That question neutralized loss aversion. After 6 weeks of small, consistent shipping, the backlog shrank, audience signals clarified, and big projects moved again because the practice of finishing was now the default state, not the exception. Creativity didn't strike. It accumulated. Case file, health plus skill stacked gains. The observer linked a 10-minute walk to daily retrieval. The anchor was the first step out the door. The cue was the top index card peeking from pocket. If a call arrived mid-walk, the if-then protected the chain. If the phone rings, then answer while walking but finish the last 2 cards before returning. This small stack yielded an outsized effect. Physical state improved, study stayed on schedule, and the day began with 2 honest wins before noise. Case file, creative plus team, collective cadence. A small group adopted weekly rehearsal in public. Inputs reported, focus blocks completed, obstacles seen, 1 lesson. Keystone metric, drafts moved to ready for review. Language norms kept it clean. Outcome theater was banned. Over a quarter, variance in output dropped because the cadence caught drift early. Influence was calibration, not pressure. People left sharper, not squeezed. Across all files, the pattern is identical. Select a controllable lever. Make it visible. Tie it to a cue. Define done so it can be recorded. Run reality-sized experiments. Review without ego. Update. The observer makes health less about moods, skill less about hours, and creativity less about inspiration. Results look like fortune from the outside. Inside, it feels like clean loops. You have now seen these tools pressure-tested where most people stall body, brain, and blank page. The same mechanics run under career and money, but with new constraints and different risks. Next, we will open those files, map the levers that actually move, and show how opportunity design makes luck arrive on a schedule. The craft you've built scales into choices that change titles, income, and access. This set of files shows how your observer handles stakes that touch status and security. The principles are identical. The pressure is higher. That's why clean loops matter even more, because ego, market noise, and deadlines tempt fuzzy thinking. We'll keep it crisp. Controllable inputs, short cycles, and calibrated expectations that can survive contact with reality. Case file, career signal before switch. Starting point, urge to pivot roles but too many unknowns. The observer refused to treat quit or stay as the first choice. Possibility space was kept open by running 3 parallel microtests over 14 days. Shadow 1 day of the target role, ship 1 relevant project artifact in current role, and conduct 2 informational conversations with practitioners. Decision journal entries set priors, 60% fit if project shipping feels natural, 30% if shadowing reveals misaligned pace. Listed disconfirming evidence to seek, and committed to a checkpoint date. Environmental edits made the tests easy. A project brief template pinned to the desktop, a short outreach script next to the keyboard, calendar holds for shadow days. Scoreboard tracked, inputs shipped, not job offers. The pivot urge calmed because information rose. At checkpoint, priors updated. Shadowing showed alignment. Shipping felt energizing. Conversations flagged 1 skill gap. Decision window opened. The observer collapsed the branches by choosing a targeted internal move rather than a blind external jump, while setting a 4-week skill sprint to close the gap. Results followed because the loop was honest and fast, not because a leap of faith landed on luck. Case file, money, throughput beats theater. Starting point, inconsistent monthly revenue driven by sporadic outreach. Vanity metrics such as followers and impressions created motion without money. The observer selected a keystone metric, conversations with qualified prospects per week, paired with a health metric, average days from first contact to decision. Expectation setting 2.0 defined a corridor, 5 to 8 meaningful conversations weekly. If below 5, focus shifts to top of funnel. If above 8, tighten qualification. Language acted as UI. Outreach lines use strong verbs and done definitions. Request a 15-minute scoping call rather than chat sometime. Implementation intentions removed hesitation. If a reply arrives, then propose 2 specific times within 5 minutes. A bias bust before pricing anchored on base rates, not fear. Decision journal entries recorded probability and confidence for each proposal and what evidence would change the number. Over 2 months, conversations rose, cycle time shortened, and revenue stabilized. Not because of a motivational surge, but because measurement aimed attention at the real lever: throughput. Case file. Opportunity designed serendipity on purpose. Starting point. Projects arrived at random. Good ones slipped by unnoticed. The observer designed luck using surface area levers. Visibility. 1 concise what I'm exploring / what I can help with line in weekly public notes. Variety. 2 high-quality communities engaged each week, chosen for complementary perspectives. Responsiveness. A simple filter. If an inbound matches one of 3 themes, then respond within 2 hours. Otherwise batch for Friday. Decision journal tagged each contact by source, theme, and outcome. Introception guarded against overcommitment. Tight chest signaled loss aversion masquerading as opportunity, which triggered the if-then. If tension spikes while typing yes, then write a 1-sentence scope and ask for confirmation before committing. Over a quarter, inbound quality rose, and the mix of projects shifted toward better fit. Serendipity felt less mystical because the signal the world received was finally clear. Case file. Negotiation. Frame. Don't flinch. Starting point. Price concessions triggered by anxiety spikes. The observer pre-built a negotiation script in the decision journal. Goals, guardrails, trade-offs. Base rates replaced assumptions. A small spreadsheet listed typical ranges for similar work. Process visualization rehearsed saying the number with a pause and waiting through 10 seconds of silence. If then protected value. If discount requested, then offer scope trade-off first. Only then consider small percentage. Bias bust minute 5 set a checkpoint. If no reply by 4 p.m. Wednesday, then send a clarifying question rather than a lower number. Outcome. Fewer concessions, more aligned deals, and a calmer physiology during calls because the moves were preloaded. Case file. Leadership clarity as culture. Starting point. Team oscillating between frantic sprints and long stalls. Collective observation replaced rumor with measurement. 1 keystone metric visible to all, 1 weekly rehearsal in public with inputs and lessons, 1 bias auditor per meeting. Language norms trimmed fat, clear verbs, done definitions, and decision windows declared in the room. Fatigue was treated as a system variable, not a personal flaw. Ultradian breaks were scheduled, and micro-recoveries normalized. Over 1 season, the team's variability shrank, throughput rose, and the culture hardened around accuracy without blame. Trust increased because process replaced personality as the stabilizer. Case file. Personal finance, default wins. Starting point. Sporadic saving and investment. The observer treated money like attention, scarce, valuable, easily hijacked. A keystone metric for the quarter. Percentage of income auto-routed to target accounts. Environmental edits made the default smarter than the temptation. Automation dates set the morning after pay hits. Separate fund budget surfaced weekly to prevent rebound splurges. Decision journal tracked regret moments to refine envelopes. The result was quietly transformational. Fewer debates, more compounding, and a mind freed from constant micro-choices. Case file. Career capital 1 proof a week. Starting point. Portfolio thin, opportunities plateaued. The observer defined proof as any artifact that demonstrates value to the exact audience that decides. Keystone metric. 1 proof artifact per week. Done definitions were strict. Public link, concise summary, measurable result. Rehearsal in public with a tiny circle kept cadence clean. After 12 weeks, inbound improved, interviews flipped from grilling to collaboration, and leverage rose because evidence spoke before reputation had to. Across money and work, these files reveal the same pattern you've seen everywhere. Convert attention into measurement. Make tests short and reversible. Treat emotion as data. Speak in verbs with done definitions. Protect energy rhythms. Keep ethics in view. Titles change, markets shift, and luck swings, but loops remain. The observer makes career less about bold leaps and more about steady traction. It turns money from anxiety into design. It turns opportunity from guesswork into a schedule. You now have living templates for the domains that most people keep mysterious. Next, we will hand you a field manual that weaves every tool into 30 days of moves. Small, specific, and provably useful. So momentum is no longer an accident but a plan you can keep. You've seen the tools work in every arena. Now you'll put them on a calendar so progress is guaranteed. This is a field manual, not a pep talk. Each day gives you one move you can complete in under 30 minutes, plus a tiny record to keep the loop honest. Keep it light, keep it visible, and keep going even if a day goes sideways. Missed days are logged, not hidden. By the end, you'll have a trained observer, a living scoreboard, and proof that results respond to attention you can measure. Day 1 baseline. Write the 3 most important outcomes for the next quarter in one line each. Under each, name a controllable input that predicts it. Pick one input as your keystone for this 30-day cycle. Place it at the top of your daily note. One mark today is a win. Day 2 environment edit. Clear your primary workspace of anything unrelated to today's keystone input. Move distractions out of reach. Place one anchor object that signals, start now. Log a before/after photo to remind your brain the room changed. Day 3 Q plus time. Choose the exact minute your first focus block begins tomorrow. Set a gentle bell. Write a done definition. Block counts when timer hits 25 minutes uninterrupted. 1 tick or a 0, nothing in between. Day 4 7-minute reset. Run the short observer warm-up twice, morning and mid-afternoon. Note energy before/after with a 1 to 5 rating. Keep the ritual tiny so it survives messy days. Day 5 introception scan. 3 times today, pause for 30 seconds and track breath depth, muscle tension, and pulse. Write a 2-word label for your state. You're building your internal map. Day 6 if then links. Draft 3 if Q, then action lines that guard your keystone input. Keep them executable when tired. Tape them where you decide. Day 7 expectation corridor. For tomorrow's primary block, write a realistic range for success. Begin by 9:30. Produce 200 to 400 words, complete 1 to 2 reps. Prime without lying. Sunday review. Count marks for the week and write 1 sentence on what helped. Day 8 process visualization. Rehearse the entrance and first minute of your block 3 times. See the anchor, feel the sit, hear the timer. Record whether the start felt faster. Day 9 personal meter. Build the simplest device that captures your keystone. A checkbox grid, tally, or tiny counter. Place it where the action happens. Every completed mark trains the loop. Day 10 bias bust. Run the 5-minute circuit before a meaningful choice today. Save your answers. Note whether the decision felt lighter. Day 11 micro-experiment A, 48 hours. Change exactly one variable that might raise your keystone count. Earlier start, shorter block, different location. Log both days. No speeches, just numbers and a 1-line note. Day 12 micro-experiment A review. Keep or kill. If no lift, restore baseline immediately. If lift appears, lock it for 7 more days. Day 13 social field inventory. After each interaction today, rate clarity +1/0/-1. At night, list the 2 contexts that sharpen you most. Schedule 1 hour next week inside a +1 field. Day 14 algorithm shaping. Unfollow or hide 5 low-value inputs. Follow 5 high-signal sources aligned to your keystone. You are training the machine that trains you. Day 15 keystone sanity check. Does moving this number still lift other metrics? If not, adjust the definition, same priority, cleaner proxy. Repin the metric where your eyes land first. Week 2 review, total marks, best Q, biggest friction. Day 16, flow entry ramps. Choose one sensory trio, sound, light, seat, that primes focus. Use it before the first block only. Note whether immersion arrived faster. Day 17, attention stack. Chain 2 habits. Anchor, keystone block, tiny review line. Keep the chain so small it feels incomplete not to run it. Day 18, ultradian break. Place a 3 to 5 minute micro recovery after your first block. Walk, breathe, or step outside. Rate the second block's quality versus days without the break. Day 19, guardrail metric. Add one health number that prevents gaming, error rate, sleep window, mood. If the guardrail slips, shrink demand tomorrow. Write it where you can't ignore it. Day 20, language upgrade. Rewrite today's plan with strong verbs and done definitions. Replace fog words. Keep the lines short. Notice how decision friction drops. Week 3 review. Which sentence saved the most time? Day 21. Public rehearsal. Micro. Share a 3-bullet note with one trusted person. Inputs, obstacle, lesson. No outcomes. Ask for one question, not advice. Post your next promise. Day 22, anti-fragile test. Introduce one controlled stressor. Shorter window, tool removed. Observe where the process bends. Adjust one design element, not 3. Day 23, possibility space. Hold open 2 approaches to a current choice. Run the smallest reversible move on each today. Record which branch returned clearer signal. Day 24, decision window. Declare a checkpoint, date plus evidence to collapse to one path. Put it on the calendar. Decision quality rises when time boxes are real. Day 25, explore versus exploit. Allocate 80% of today to your best performing path, 20% to scouting a next option. Record results separately. Protect the 20% from guilt. Day 26, Bayesian update. Revisit one belief about your project. Assign a probability, list new evidence, and nudge the number up or down. Write why. Your training calibration. Day 27, dashboard draft. Build a one-page view. Keystone, guardrail, weekly marks, and one sentence of interpretation. If it doesn't fit on one screen, it's too complex. Day 28, repair protocol. Write your bare minimum observer mode for rough days. One cue, one mark, one line. Post it where you'll see it late at night. Day 29, ethics checkpoint. 2 questions. Is my measurement aligned with truth? Am I influencing with consent? Write yes/no and one adjustment if needed. This keeps power clean. Day 30, consolidate. Archive failed tweaks. Lock the winners for another 30 days. Rotate anything stale. Write a short letter to future you. What worked, what surprised, what to ignore. Next, we will turn this month into durable systems, dashboards and rituals that keep gains without constant effort. You now have a scaffold you can run in any season. It's small enough to survive chaos and strict enough to compound. Keep the marks visible, the loops short, and the promises quiet. The universe still doesn't care what you say, but it keeps answering the observation you repeat. A month of clean loops means nothing if it fades in the clutter of next quarter. Dashboards and rituals prevent that slide. The dashboard is your instrument panel. Rituals are the recurring actions that keep instruments calibrated. Together they make progress visible without micromanagement and make correction automatic without drama. Build them once and maintain them lightly. The system will carry you. Start with the principle that dashboards are for decisions, not decoration. Anything you track must change how you act within a week. If a tile never alters behavior, retire it. Your core view fits on one screen. Keystone metric, guardrail, weekly throughput, and a short text line. Because X moved, today I will Y. That sentence is the hinge between seeing and steering. Choose cadence before cosmetics. Daily you mark inputs. Weekly you interpret trends and adjust one lever. Monthly you rotate metrics or raise standards. Quarterly you revisit strategy. Fixed cadence beats clever design because it trains your predictive brain to expect review at precise times. Precision makes reflection easier to begin. Keep hierarchy simple. Tier 1 are the numbers you touch every day, inputs you control. Tier 2 are the numbers you review weekly, leading indicators. Tier 3 are monthly summaries, lagging results. Most people reverse this and drown in lags. Flip it and your actions stay upstream. Aim for 3 properties in every dashboard: clarity, proximity, and frictionless logging. Clarity means legible at a glance. No tiny fonts, no rainbow clutter, no nested tabs. Proximity means the panel lives where choices happen: pin note, whiteboard, or a single digital page that opens on startup. Frictionless logging means a mark takes under 5 seconds. If updates feel heavy, you'll skip them on the days feedback matters most. Pair your dashboard with rituals that breathe life into the numbers. The daily opener is a 90-second scan. Read keystone, recall if-then cues, set the first block, type 1 done definition line. The midday reset is a 2-minute check. 1 7-minute warm-up if foggy. 1 bias bust if stakes rise. Then return. The daily shutdown is a 120-second log. Mark inputs, write 1 lesson, name tomorrow's first move. Small, same, repeatable. Your weekly calibration ritual is the backbone. Pick a day and a time. Ask, what moved? What stalled? What single design change will I test for 7 days? Attach the change to a cue and write the expected lift. Publish a 3-bullet rehearsal in public if you're using accountability. Keep the ritual early in the week so momentum benefits from the insight. A monthly refit protects against dashboard bloat. Audit every tile. Keep, modify, or archive. If a metric gets gamed, add a guardrail. If it confuses, write a sharper definition. If it bores you, ask whether the behavior is now automatic and the tile can graduate. Celebrate retirements, they mean the behavior has been absorbed. Seasonally, select a new keystone. You can even run a 2-week playoff where candidates compete. Which single metric, when elevated, lifts the most others? Your decision journal guides the call. Once chosen, make space by demoting others. Focus is subtraction with justification. Design team dashboards with the same ethics as personal ones. 1 page per team. 1 shared keystone, 1 or 2 leading behaviors, 1 health metric. Add a blocked line to highlight friction without blame. The weekly ritual becomes a 10-minute stand-up that reports inputs, obstacles, lessons, then ends. If a topic needs debate, schedule a separate decision slot. Don't let the dashboard meeting swallow work. For digital hygiene, maintain a feed ritual. Weekly, shape algorithms by curating 5 sources in 5 out. Quarterly, wipe stale follows. This is not vanity. It's upstream input control. Your dashboard reflects not only what you measure but also what you consume. Build repair rituals into the panel. A small corner labeled low power mode with your bare minimum actions keeps the system humane. If streaks break, you don't spiral, you drop into minimums for 3 days then ramp. Record the re-entry. Confidence grows when recovery is part of the plan. Use event templates to stabilize high-stakes days. Your dashboard links to a 1-page card, stake sentence, base rate, reversible move, checkpoint time, and the 1 number you will judge the day by. Run the card, then log the outcome. Rituals compress fear. Guard the dashboard from turning into performance art. If you catch yourself redesigning tiles during prime focus hours, place a time box, Sundays only. If you notice yourself optimizing for applause, keep a private panel stricter than anything you show. Trust flows from quiet accuracy, not screenshots. Add a language ritual once a week. Rewrite the coming week's plan lines with strong verbs and done definitions. Confirm that calendar titles reflect purpose. Decision on X beats meeting. Small edits here prevent hours of confusion later. Anchor social field rituals. A fixed 20-minute weekly call with a clarity partner who asks 3 questions. What did you measure? What did you change? What will you test? No therapy, no theater, just calibration. The ritual is the accountability. The person is the witness. For serendipity, install a Friday outbound ritual. 1 concise signal sent to your network, what I'm exploring / what I can help with. Log replies. Your dashboard tracks these touches like any other input. Luck becomes scheduled. Finally, tie it all to ethics with a monthly two-line check. Are my numbers still telling the truth? Are my rituals preserving consent and agency? If either answer drifts, you adjust before power distorts judgment. Dashboards and rituals are boring on purpose. That's their strength. Boring survives. Boring compounds. Boring keeps attention aimed when novelty fades. Your observer wants a runway it can trust. Clear gauges, short checklists, and set times to correct course. Give it that and your month turns into a year of steady lift. You've now built the container that keeps gains alive after the initial surge. Next, we will close the loop with the humbling truth at the heart of this entire series. You don't control the universe, you tune your receiver. And that is exactly enough to change what shows up when you look. You've built every part of this machine: observer awareness, measurement, loops, feedback, rituals, and you've seen it work in health, skill, creativity, career, money, and opportunity. Now comes the part that keeps all of it honest. Knowing the boundary between your influence and control. This is where many people break the loop. They confuse precision of observation with control over events, and the result is frustration, burnout, or detachment. The final upgrade is acceptance without passivity. The ability to steer without pretending you command the wind. Reality responds to observation in a very specific way. What you measure changes what you notice. What you notice changes the decisions you see as available. Those decisions change your actions, and those actions alter the probabilities of certain outcomes. That chain is real. It is measurable. But it is not a lever that moves every external factor. The weather changes without your consent. Markets shift for reasons you'll never see. Other people's observers are running their own loops. The mistake is thinking that a single clean loop makes you the author of every result. You are not the author of the external story. You are the editor of your own line inside it. And that is exactly where power lives. Your attention shapes the inputs you choose. Your habits decide how consistently you apply them. Your rituals protect those habits from drift. Over time, the statistical weight of that pattern is what the outside world feels from you. It's easy to slip into magical thinking here, believing that focus alone bends events to match desire. That's why your entire system has been built with guardrails. Keystone metrics you can control, bias busts that stop self-deception, repair protocols for off days, and ethics checks to keep influence clean. These protect the observer from becoming a dictator in its own mind. When the observer is mature, there's no panic when a result doesn't land exactly as planned. Instead, the loop runs. Was the keystone lifted? Was the process followed? Was the feedback real? If yes, then the work was done correctly regardless of outcome variance. If no, the next action is clear, not self-punishment, but design change. This is control in the only place control exists. That distinction frees you. You no longer waste energy railing at factors beyond reach. You no longer stall waiting for perfect conditions. You simply measure, aim, adjust, and repeat. And because you've made your measurement honest, you trust the pattern even when an individual day dips. Think about the effect this has on your field of vision. Early on, your observer saw in narrow slices, usually shaped by habit, bias, and urgency. Now it sees a wider possibility space, holds options open longer, collapses them deliberately, and records why. That's not controlling the universe. It's tuning your own receiver so you catch the right signal when it's there. And tuning the receiver changes more than people expect. Over months and years, it shapes your network because the right collaborators recognize the same signal. It shapes your opportunities because you are visible to the right fields. It shapes your timing because you have more clarity about when to act. From the outside, it can look uncanny, like luck follows you. From the inside, it feels calm. Calm is the signature of a trained observer. Not because outcomes are certain, but because the loop is trusted. Every choice is an experiment. Every result is feedback. Every adjustment is logged. Even setbacks become fuel because they refine the next aim. That's the loop closing. Not a finish line, but a return to the start with better instruments, a sharper lens, and cleaner movement. You can run it in any domain, under any condition, without waiting for inspiration or permission. The universe doesn't care what you say, but it keeps showing you the parts of itself you are calibrated to see. Now you know how to choose that calibration. Now you know how to keep it tuned. And now you know why that is enough to change what shows up when you look. That's your real lever. That's your real freedom. And it's been in your hands the entire time.